Take two. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Season 2, Episode 15 of Fabrically Speaking Live. I'm your host, Claire Rowley, inventor of the Creative Feet line of sewing machine products. And this is our second time using this application that I'm using to go live. And I have the ability to mute my mic real easy. So that's what I did. Can you all hear me now? And is it clear? Because I usually wear something in my ear to make sure that there isn't any microphone interference. And so I'm depending on you to tell me if it's good. Is it good? Does it sound good? And you know, I probably should go get it just because I will be a better host if I know that I have that. This is the new camera setup for the close-up shot. And I'm hoping that you guys find it very crystal clear. And we have this setup for the top. And I am going to, there's supposed to be this little thing that I can click on, but I don't see it. Oh, I have to be on the top camera. And I will be right back as soon as I have my earbud. I'm in here. Let's see if this thing is catching. Okay. I need to turn the volume up on my little tablet or have it recognize me. So one more time looking at the close-up. Or the top view. And this thing is supposed to know that I am in here. Let's see. Yay, it's working. All right, we're good to go, you guys. There shouldn't be any more distractions. I think eventually everything's just going to be perfect and it'll all be a past memory of all the little technical difficulties that I've had. Hi, Lorinda. Hi, Tina. Hi, Cynthia. Hi, Eve. Let's see if there's any more of you. All right. I feel great today. I hope you guys do as well. I have it set so that I can just toss something off and you can't see it. I have a little springtime outfit on today. It's very drapey, but I keep knocking everything over with it, and so thankfully I just get to sit. Did any of you get your fabric for this class? If you've done your embroidery, I would really love for you to share it with us. This was mine from last week, and I carried it to the fabric store because I didn't have any black fabric. I know. So this was the fabric that I came up with, and I know that I spoke about using this colorful fabric, but I'm leaning toward actually, I'm really not sure if I want the bag to be this color, because black is a good color for walking dogs and getting dirty. So here we are today again, and I need you guys to help me make a decision. So I was thinking I could line it with this, and I'm going to have, this is going to be the pocket on the front of the bag in place of no pocket. Anything I do is an upgrade. So I was dreaming all night about this, and I also want to incorporate a lacy fabric, stretchy lacy fabric, to put the dog bags in that you collect as you walk your dog. And have it be inside of the actual bag, and you pull it out if you need it. This is something that I have, and it has this, pattern to it. Isn't that neat? And it stretches, so God forbid I should ever need it to stretch on a walk. But better not to have any excuses not to pick up after your dog. Right? So if you have any stretch fabric in your house, you can alternate for that. You can also use netting if you have any netting. But I think this is going to work out really, really well. And thankfully, I already had it. So somehow I'm going to make a little pouch, and I have my sequins and ribbon foot on, and I'm going to make it so that this pouch goes inside, and then when I need it, I can pull it out and have the top kind of stretch so that I can put the bags inside of it, and then it hangs on the outside of the bag. Not too low. Don't want it. Well, we don't have to visualize everything that I'm planning. I think the black's going to show quilting, and I really wanted to quilt this. In addition to, because I figure, then if you have like cold water, it will stay cold longer because we have that quilting. And I was thinking of lining the bag. So this can be the lining fabric, and who knows, maybe side panels, having this on the side panels so it has some of it. So we're going to design it together. Here we go. I already pre-cut a piece of this colorful fabric, and I put it somewhere. So if the side panels aren't quilted, and then just the back is quilted, or should I make the bag so that it just opens up and we can quilt the whole thing all at once, and have piece the fabric first so that the sides are, let's see, how can we do that? Can you guys tell me? What do I do with that fabric that's already cut? I think I threw it off to the pile of things that I put away. Oh well, I have more. We're just kind of guessing anyway. It was a good size bag, but the denim that I used was stretch fabric. So I could rely on it to expand when I put the big water bottles inside of the bag. It didn't have a lot of stretch, but it did have some give. So if we are going to use this, I was going to sew a pocket too, so we could start with the pocket. This is a really nice Kona solid black fabric, and I didn't wash it. It's a dog bag. I will be washing it. But normally I would wash. It's just last week I kind of just designed this on the go, and all week we were setting up. And this is our debut of the highest quality video that we've ever produced live. What do you guys think? Can you tell that there's a difference? it shouldn't be lagging. We had the internet dealt with, and so we're good to go. It's going to be smooth sailing from now on once I don't have to think to use the application that I'm using. Where's my ruler? There it is. So I'm going to cut enough just so I can manage it for both. I could use a multicolored thread. What do they call it? They call it variegated thread. And that way the thread color changes as I quilt. And I have been provided some different metallic, or not metallic, but variegated threads to test. So I thought, well, maybe I'll test the metallic or the, boy, my brain wants to use metallic thread, I guess. Let's see. I have a really good one here. So these are the different ones that I was given by Wonderfill. And let's see. Oh, I haven't transitioned yet. I will get this. Here we go. So we have, I didn't cut this yet. Let me just slice this off so I have more than I need. It's so easy to transition from camera to camera. It's almost too easy for me. There we go. And then this is the fabric we'll be using for part. Whoopsie. So which ones? I think this one is too, this looks like a camouflage one, so we won't use that one. All right, so left, center, or right? Which one should I use, you guys? You guys pick. Whoops. Got right in front of that camera. Which one do you think would pop? You guys didn't choose a color for me. Left, center, or right? Come on, you guys, help me out. I think you guys are agreeing with me, and I thought, well, I'm always loving teal, so it's easy for me to pick teal. All right, that's the one I'm going to use. Now, because it's a dog bag and the lining is going to be done after quilting this time, because I want to be able to pull the lining out and just kind of rinse it under the sink if I need to, and then put it back in after drying it off. You never know what you're going to have happen on a walk. So, I mean, one time I had a yogurt open up inside. That wasn't good, and I didn't have a washing machine because I took my dog walking bag on a boarding trip. I have one of those stand-up paddle boards. So let's see. Got all my scissors organized. This is when I wish there was one of my children still lived here and I could go, can you open this thread for me? Do any of you do any paddle boarding? I think they have Oh, this is cool. I'm going to show you this. They have the uh-oh, the guard dog's in action. They have the thread sticking out of the wrapper. Isn't that nice? So that you can pull the thread to open the wrapper. Oh, that's so nice of them. What a gift. This is another Wonderful product. So, once I figure it out, if I like this is actually a cotton. So it would be, not, it'll shrink a little bit, probably not significantly because there's so little of it. But we are thinking about adding cotton thread to the line as well. I gotta figure out how to do this without getting my head in the way. I think that's going to be pretty. Yeah, if I want to have the lining separate. Okay, I'm rethinking it. Even though I worked all night in my sleep on it. Any of you have any questions while I am preparing? I can't believe I had it muted. It would have been perfect. Oh well. Nobody's perfect, and I prove it weekly on the show. Whenever I test anything, Cynthia, I always test it on the exact same material or fabric that I'm going to be using, the same batting, everything exactly how I'm going to do it. I'm really not worried about it, though. I know that I need a 90-14 needle to ensure that the thickness of this thread will not shred as it goes through the needle, so I'm comforted there. I know that's the right needle to not cause damage to the fabric. And I know I can always count on Kona fabric to be a dreamy fabric to quilt through. So this should really go well. And I'm going to put this spool on the sewing machine instead of on the thread dispenser because it's designed to actually come off that way. And my machine does have a horizontal spool holder. This is the Baby Lock Crescendo machine. Whenever you put a spool on your machine, you're supposed to make sure that the cap extends out beyond the actual spool of thread. So if you have a little spool cap and it doesn't do that, then you're likely to have the thread get caught on the outside of the actual spool. Have any of you ever had your thread spool fly off your sewing machine? When I first started sewing, I had a, what did I have? I had a, I used to be able to remember. What was it? I think it was a dressmaker. That's what it was. And the spools of thread were two vertical posts on top of the machine. And every once in a while, the thread would get caught and it would spin up and fly across the room. I know what it's like to suffer, you guys. Hi, Nikki. Welcome. All right, I'm going to pick a... It really doesn't matter what my bobbin thread looks like because it's going to be hidden. But there's nothing like these... The Deco Bob bobbins, they're so reliable. So even though it's cotton thread in the top, I'm going to use polyester in the bobbin. I know this is my Deco Bobs, you know how, because I have a case just for my Deco Bobs so that I don't have to remember. I know that we're going to start adding things like this to our site very soon, so you'll be able to organize yourself like I'm organized. Last week. I didn't use variegated thread last week, Cynthia, but I probably missed part of your questions. don't know if I said hello, Lorinda. Can't remember. Are you guys ready to do this? Are you going to do this? Are you making it? Thumbs up if you're going to do this. I want to know that I'm not just doing this for myself. And the last thing I was doing, what was I doing? I actually sewed a cover for the lights above my head. That was the last thing I sewed. So that I can have the light above me to light this actual table better and not have it glare all over and cause shadows. So isn't that nice? No shadows. And I think you can see a lot better on the top now than you could last week, right? Good. So I expect to see pictures in the school, you guys. The first thing I'm gonna do is make the pocket that's gonna hold the bags that we collect as we walk. And this has dog hair all over it. Only a dog owner can handle that. It's black, so it really shows up. I think it was on the floor and Tinkerbell thought about making it into a bed. It's embarrassing. Oh well. It's part of being a dog owner, isn't it? All right. We don't need a huge bag. I don't have big dogs. So, and when I don't really know what size I'm going to cut something, I usually start a little bigger than I would want, and then I can always size it to fit. And in this fabric, I would definitely want a stretch needle. So I will be changing to the stretch 9014 needle to sew this. Otherwise, I'll skip stitches probably. And that's no fun. Well, I certainly won't need any more than that, I don't think. Put my shears in here. Accuracy after a pre-cut when you have a small space. Okay, whoopsie. Okay, 2 fabrics down. So we are pre-cut for 2. Oh, it's terrible. So much dog hair. Oh well, it's a dog bag. But if I can get that off. So here's a little neat thing to learn is our stick and tear stabilizer, the scraps that you have. If you don't mind using it for this, is really good at cleaning off dog hair and lint. So it just picks up all that lint and dog hair. Kind of like a lint roller in the sewing room, and it's always ready if you have our stick and tear handy. Because this is a repositionable sticker. In other words, it's sticky, but it's not transferable onto the fabric. And there's stuff on both sides. Bet you didn't think I was going to show you how to clean lint off, dog hair off of something today. Okay. Now it won't be disturbing for people who aren't dog owners. There we go. And this is the stabilizer that I used to embroider this bird last week using my octi hoops. We're going to use the octi hoops again today, but today I'm going to quilt with it. So this was actually adhered to the back of the fabric, or to the back of the hoop, and then I embroidered using that, and that was last week's episode of Fabrically Speaking Live. You can't watch right now? Well, I hope you'll catch it on the replay. Thanks for stopping by to tell me that. Okay, so I'm going to sew up the side seams on this. This will be the, I think it's too big. Let's see. I'll cut this down a little bit more. I think that's a reasonable size. You can tell this isn't precision sewing. All right. And I'm going to use the satin edge foot. I threaded the machine with that thread already, but I'm not going to use that. I'm not going to waste it on this pocket. And really the thread I should be using, and I will use because I have it, is our lingerie thread, as lingerie thread is designed to sew stretch fabric. And it kind of stretches along with the fabric, so you won't have a hole in your pocket and then have your doggy bag fall out of your other bag while you're walking. And lingerie thread is really shiny, kind of like stretch fabric is shiny. And just like stretch fabric stretches, it stretches too. It's a good idea to match it to the bobbin. There we go. I am using the thread dispenser in this case because you don't want nylon thread, which is what the lingerie thread is, to be stretched or pulled on while it's going to the sewing machine. So using the thread dispenser, it has zero tension, and as it goes up, and then it bends at the eye hook that you feed up to, and then I just go ahead and continue threading the machine as if the spool were on the machine. If you don't have a thread stand or a thread dispenser, you can reduce your thread tension. You will definitely need to. It's not a spool that's designed to go on a sewing machine. Another thing to make stretch fabric stronger on the seam, if you don't have the nylon thread, is to not use a straight stitch, to use a stretchy stitch. Now there are stitches that they thought were stretch stitches that they created and called stretch stitches. In fact, some of your machines may still say stretch stitches, but they are anything but stretchy. They actually go forward and reverse, and they actually lock the fabric and prevent the fabric from doing what it needs to, which is to expand. So if you don't have any of the particular stitch that I'm going to use is a stitch that goes at an angle. It goes zigzag, but it goes zigzag down, and it goes back up again, down, back up again, down, back up again, and it's really, really small. If you don't have that stitch, and on my machine they call it a stem stitch. It's the one scene we don't have the ability to show you the actual sewing machine settings, but you'll be able to see the needle swinging. Okay, I'm going to be putting elastic around the top, and this is the side, and we can use an overlock stitch as well, but I kind of want to show you, if you don't have any overlock stitches, what you can do. And it goes left and right, just like a normal zigzag. I got to bring that bobbin thread up. I forgot to not cut the thread short. With lingerie thread, when I hold my finger down on the bobbin and I go to cut it, I'm actually stretching the thread, so then it comes back and then there's no thread, or it can slip out of the tension altogether. So don't cut your thread, leave it hanging, and then bring your bobbin thread up. If your bobbin thread is not up, your sewing machine will not sew. So now I have right sides together. If you want to do exactly what I'm doing, well, I probably should cut it to an exact size, just in case some of you want to do the same thing I'm doing. This is going to be a 6-inch wide, and then fold it in half. Just do 7 or 14 inches long by 6 inches wide, and you'll be good to go. Unless you have a really, really big dog that you feel like this will fill up too quickly, or you have multiple large dogs. Let's see. So I'm just kind of cleaning it up and squaring it off. This blade needs to be replaced. Another thing we'll be carrying at creativefeet.com are blade replacements. There we go. Nice and clean now. Consistent size. Okay, I wish I could read your name. Solanum laxum, I think. I can't read it. It's too far from my eyesight. For some reason, your name is coming up really light, or like a light gray. Yours and Lorinda's. I don't know why they don't. I think they should make the name. We should be able to choose the color in the chat so that we can read it better. Here we go. This is a stitch that is really good for lingerie as well. And I did one stitch to start, moving over, and now I can use the threads that are connected to the fabric to hold just a little bit at the beginning so that the thread doesn't get pulled into the zigzag opening. And now I don't really have to guide, because the foot is going to keep me consistently the same distance away, and I'm about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. So this is one way of using a traditional sewing machine to sew stretch fabric. Should have used a bright color for you guys to see. And you can see that it doesn't look like there's anything there, but there is. And you can see that the seam is there, even though you can't see it. This is a wonderful stitch for lingerie, but you use it in conjunction with another stitch. Come in now, and we could go ahead and use a straight stitch alongside of it, but that's not going to be stretchy, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use the same stitch and be inside a little bit. So it just kind of doubles up and gives you an extra strong seam allowance. I'm going to lengthen the stitch on this one. So I'm going all the way to 4.5 on the stitch length for the second. Move the guide so I can move it away from that. So now we're doing 2 rows of this stitch so it won't fray and it will stretch to its full capacity. And I'm going to kind of show you. There's the seam. Can you see it? It's so tiny. And now I can stretch up and down, side to side, in any direction, and that stitch won't break. Do the same thing on the other side, or on this side, I'm going to show you that you can use our satin edge foot And that's the foot that I'm using right now, in case you don't know that already. You can also just use one of the sewing machine's overlock stitches. And what you want is you want an overlock stitch that sews a seam and goes over. So it sews a seam and goes over. The picture of the stitch should not have the stitch on the right hand side and it going over on the left, because it's not going to sew a seam then. So choose a stitch in your machine that has a straight line showing on the left hand side and then stitches that go across. And then you're going to need to test it before you use it so that you don't end up breaking your needle on the satin edge guide pin, because this is the actual satin edge foot and it has this little wire inside the zigzag opening. So we're actually using that wire to stay right on the edge of the material. And you don't want a stitch that has a straight line on the right and the left hand side. Only a stitch that has a straight stitch on the left hand side. This is something I cover inside of the Creative Feet Technical Guide and Workbook. I show you the stitch pattern in there if you have that book already. And this machine, I'm not as familiar with it. Oh, here's a good one. So it kind of looks like triangles on the right hand side, and you'll see the stitch is going to go forward and back, and then it's going to come over. And when it goes over, this is when I want the guide pin to be to the left of that. So the stitch that the triangular part that goes off to the side is going beyond the wire on the foot, and then that does the stitch. And now that I know that all of the swings of the needle are in fact clearing the guide, then I know that I don't have to worry about breaking my needle. I'm going to go back though, because I didn't start right on the edge. And if I don't, then I'll have a hole in the bottom of my pocket. And I'm nervous. I'm always nervous after I set something up just one more time to make sure that everything is correct. And I'm holding onto that thread just for the first few stitches to keep the machine needle from pushing that stretch fabric down into the zigzag opening. Here we go. And now it's feeding, so I don't need to hold that anymore. And now we're using a regular sewing machine as an overlock machine. So if you wanted a serger and you can't afford one, well, you already own one. If you have the satin edge foot and a stitch on your machine. You can also use a standard zigzag stitch and in combination finish the edge of the fabric with the zigzag stitch, and then also do a smaller zigzag stitch alongside of it with only a width of about a 1. I feel like I'm not going over the wire, but I must be, because everything's working. I noticed that I stick my thumb up in the air a lot and hide what I'm showing, so I'm trying not to do that. This stitch is also allows the fabric to stretch out to its full capacity. And we now have a nice pocket. Dare I say it? A little poopy bag pocket. And I'm going to have to secure this so that it goes into the bag and then I can pull it out of the bag. So I'm going to want a strap on that. So what should I use as a strap? Should I use elastic? Probably would be a good idea. Thumbs up if you think I should use elastic, or should I make a strap maybe using fabric? What do you think? I think elastic is a better option, but so definitely sew the strap on first, and I'm going to use elastic because I just think it's a good idea. And since I have elastic, this one drawer, really doesn't matter if you use 1/4 inch elastic or 1/8 inch elastic or even round elastic for the elastic that goes around the top. But you have to be able to secure your strap that's going to allow you to pull it out of the bag. A poopy puppy pocket. That's a tongue twister, Tina. I can just picture it hanging and I think I'm gonna want it to be balanced so that it's more like a little purse. And then we'll secure it like that. All right. A puppy poopy pocket. Are any of you trying it? All right, everyone do it. You're at home right now. No one's listening. Try to say that 3 times. A poopy puppy pocket. Poopy puppy pocket. Oh my goodness. I love going live with you guys on Thursdays. You always bring a smile to my face. I didn't have a real good clean top edge. Thumbs up if you did it. Did you say it out loud? I still have to be able to do the top of the bag. I think I should do the top of the bag first. Yeah, I've agreed. I've agreed with the voice in my head. Do you guys have a voice in your head? And what I'm going to use for this is our sequins and ribbon foot and the 1/8 inch accessory guide. So, and the reason I'm using the 1/8 inch guide is because I'm using 1/8 inch elastic. If you have our sequins and ribbon foot, you're good to go. If not, you can try using other feet to attach elastic. This foot is like magic for elastic. And I'm going to use my Chase, there's no puppy cookies over here. Did you hear me say puppy? Come over here. Oops. Come over here if you gotta say hi to everybody. Oh, you guys are not seeing my front. Come here. Or I guess you might have been. You were. Hello, this is Chase Boy, and he really wants me to finish this dog walking bag so we can go walking, right? Yeah, we'll go walking tomorrow. Okay, Tinkerbell ate her cookies. There's no more cookies. You had your cookie. Go on, go be a good boy. Go. He has no idea what's going on. So I'm removing my machine's case so I can use the free arm. Pull that out. And let's see here. If this weren't what it is, we would want to encase this in some way so the elastic doesn't stick out. Despite removing, well, now I have Chase hair all over me, so we can do a little encasement first. No, we'll encase after. So with the wrong side out. I don't know if you can see how nice that stitch is there. You can't tell this isn't done with a serger. And then this is the other stitch, which also looks like a serger because it's black fabric, black thread. Now my machine settings for this, because I don't really, it doesn't matter if how much this fabric gathers up. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this because as I sew the elastic on, the circumference is going to get smaller and smaller. So a free arm would be not a good option. Have any of you ever tried to sew something on your free arm and got stuck? If you want to see what it's like, that's the way to do it. Put this back on. Most of you don't have to lift your sewing machine to put your free arm assembly back together. It shows there's usually so much clutter on my table. I've always had to do that, so I instinctually pick my machine up to remove my free arm surrounding area. Okay, so I want it to sew on the wrong side, so I'm just gonna kind of push down on the front and have it extend out. And I never started a seam. It's just harder for the machine, so why do something that's harder? And I'm going to use this 3-step zigzag. So the stitch goes stitch, 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 or zig, 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 zag, 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 zig, 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 zag, zag, zag. And most of you will have it, and it's got a variety of different names depending on the sewing machine company. It's tricot stitch, it's the multiple zigzag stitch, serpentine on the Bernina. Thank you. Chase says thank you for calling him handsome. Now at the beginning, I'm going to use a shorter stitch length, a stitch length of about 1. And if my needle weren't already positioned, because I just used this foot, I would adjust the guide so that my stitch is falling on the elastic. Now I know that it is set up correctly. I'm increasing my stitch length to 5, which is my machine's longest stitch length. And as I sew, I'm going to be stretching the elastic, and the foot will automatically take the fabric through. So I can manage the fabric from the front. If you've ever used any foot for sewing elastic, you probably had to pull like this from behind the foot. Well, the sequin ribbon foot does not require you do that. It's like makes your machine super strong. Even though this foot allows you to swirl around and do couching with yarn and sequins and ribbons, it's like the strongest foot for sewing elastic. Very big contrast. It's getting smaller and smaller. And I'm having to move it just because I have a bad habit of pulling the fabric over. So I'm stretching toward me and letting the fabric be taken by the sewing machine. Let the machine do the control. So you see sometimes I have to start and stop, and it's because this is it's getting smaller. It's getting harder for me to hold the fabric as I go. Coming around. Sometimes I do this little tugging as well as I sew elastic. I have the ruler on top of the elastic. And I'm going to cut this in short now. Get rid of those tails. This is going to be my fantasy dog walking bag. So all the issues that I've had over the years of walking dogs, I want to sit on that elastic now with a short stitch length. So I'll go down to 1. Not 0, you know. If you go 0 on elastic, you can break your thread and then not accomplish the knot that you're trying to accomplish. There, now I'm on it. So that's going to secure that elastic, so all the stretching in the world won't cause that to break. And we can cut it really short. And now it has a nice small top. Still allows me to stretch it, and I'm going to fold it over now and I'm going to top stitch if I can. This is so small. It really doesn't matter because it's a bag, and the bag is used for puppy. It's a puppy poopy bag. But if you don't want any of that raw edge, which shouldn't fray because it's stretch fabric, then you can roll it under. And you can use a straight stitch. Secure that. Folding it under. And using a longer stitch length again. Because we're pulling again away from it. Stretching the elastic all the way back out again, which is why you can use a straight stitch. Because if you sew a straight stitch and the fabric and the elastic is stretched all the way out, you can't stretch it further afterward than you've already stretched it while sewing. So the stitch length will look shorter when it's off of a person. If you were going to sew elastic this way, you can always use a straight stitch afterward. And you can actually sew elastic only with a straight stitch on a featherweight using this foot, which I tested for a woman that said she's never going to get another sewing machine. She said she was 94 years old. That's the only machine I've ever had. And can I or can I not sew elastic with a featherweight in your foot? And I said, well, I am going to go get my featherweight out because I do have one and try it. And I did it and it worked great. And I could not get the thread to break. And you know what I didn't do? I didn't change my needle to a stretch needle. I got lucky. So you notice that the foot's sewing elastic without using the guide. It's the bottom of the foot that makes it super powerful for sewing elastic. I'm almost there. I should have just used a center needle position. Would have been easier all this time. Almost to the beginning, which is the end, because it's a circle. Same way you would sew a Barbie skirt waistband. If you have any little ones that like Barbies. I'm gonna go back. So now we have a very nice, very attractive little pocket. And based on the size of the bag, because I know where this is going to hit on my body. And last week I said 27 inches. Not sure that I was right. I think it's 27 inches folded in half is what I meant to say. But part of it's going to be elastic as well. And we're going to incorporate this elastic inside. I should make the strap the pretty fabric, don't you think? That would be a good option. Okay, so if this bag is hanging out of your dog walking bag, you don't want this bag to be hanging down below the dog walking bag, because then it will bang against your legs as you're walking. So even though it's not the nicest thing to have hanging, you still want it to be kind of like lined up with the edge or the bottom of the bag. So based on that, come on, this is not that difficult. And I'll have it like attached to the top of the bag. I'll go a little bit shorter. If we go a little longer, we can always tie a knot and make it shorter, right? But we can never make it longer if we make it too short. So with that, and know that we always lose about an inch of elastic because you have to have the elastic beneath the foot before you sew. Otherwise it will just not be able to hold it for you. Oh my God. See, this is why you cut your tails. I got my tail stitched into the other side. And there's the other ones. All right, all cleaned up and ready to sew this along. And I'm just going to tack it. Tack it on the inside, so if I sew wrong side out, you can see. Some things are awkward to sew. This is one of them. You could pin this if you want. It'd probably make it a little easier. So my objective here is I'm going to stitch it down along the edge of that seam allowance. I could do this. This would even be easier. Attach it to the seam allowance. That's even better. So I'm going to stitch it on the actual seam allowance. I don't know how well you can see that. It was black. Everything's black. Sometimes we sew to teach you and show bright colors, and sometimes we're making a bag for ourselves. So see how the elastic is lifting? Because I'm trying to start right on the edge, but it's got to be beneath the back side of the foot for it to work. And I'm going to use, because I want this to be strong or sturdy, I'm going to use the multiple zigzag, also known as the tricot stitch, also known as the serpentine stitch. Sew with a 1mm stitch length for a few stitches at the beginning, making sure that it's beneath the foot. And then I'm going to lengthen the stitch, and I'm going to sew it down on this bag for about a half, or it's actually an inch. Probably don't need to go that far. And I'm not going to stretch it this time, so we're just stitching it on. There we go. It's like, why aren't you feeding? Did you know you're going to learn elastic today? And I'm going to go back and forward and back and forward. If you can't go back and forward, then you want to shorten your stitch length. See how nice and it stretches? So that is not coming off. Do the same thing on the other side. Whoopsie. Any of you have any questions? The pretty strap. All right, we are in agreement. I think on this side I'm not going to go quite as far. Probably be easier to start this way and head toward the end. We'll see. I've done it both ways. Stitch length is 1 at the beginning, 1mm. And I'm going to lift and go back so that it's really strong. Now lengthen the stitch length. And I'm just taking the stitch length to 3 because I'm not trying to stretch the elastic. Hey, it did it. Lift and go back. Lift and go back. Showing you alternatives to securing with different methods. That's a little poopy bag. All right. And that way I think it'll be nice. It'll be balanced. It won't be tipping. And I'm going to secure the corners of this pocket and do another stitch at a diagonal on each corner just to ensure that it will never fall apart. Using that stem stitch or angular zigzag stitch, it's going to give it a little bit of a rounded shape. Not that it matters. It's not about making it pretty. It's about making it strong. So what's inside never comes outside. So we're ready to take it out. Kind of like making a box corner on a bag. Just a stitch to go across, that makes that point stronger. Remember, the reason is because this is stretch. Everything about it is super stretchy. So I was thinking about next week starting a clutch purse. I don't know if Willamay is watching. She may not be watching or may not be participating in the chat, but she might be watching today. If you are, and she's also in the school. She called with questions about making a clutch purse, and I love how simple the pattern is. We can really dress up the fabric and maybe do another 2-part series, and when you're done, you have a really pretty purse. Does that sound good? Do you like the idea of a clutch? A springtime feeling clutch. There we go. Really cute little poopy bag. And we will insert it later. Let's see. What's next? I feel like I should clip my hair up today. We need to make our pocket, don't we? So we'll have certain accents, that fabric. And I think I'm going to add a strip around the bird. But if I just make a square or a rectangle and then iron it onto it and then trim it and then sew another bit around it so that the pocket has a black border and this as the majority of the pocket. What do you think? Thumbs up if you like that idea. Come on, you guys. Participate. Whoops. We have more than we need to make this bag. So the pocket will not be actually quilted, and my cell phone's going to go in that. Then we don't want to heat up our cell phone. So based on my cell phone, probably be a good place to start. Well, we already know that this is a little bigger than the cell phone. And I'm probably going to want to put chapstick in there, breath mints or gum. So I don't want it to be too tight. I want it to have some form to it. So let's see. Whoops. All right. More than we need, and cut it back down. I want to be able to get my phone out easily too. I don't want to have a zipper or have to struggle to get it out if someone's calling me. I already have the dogs to deal with, and leashes. There we go. So we'll be appliquing this onto the black fabric. And last week I added a fusible web to the back, our Fuse and Fuse, which is super lightweight. You can't even tell it's in there. We want to have enough to do a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Well, I've already made it the size I've made it. which is 6 inches wide. I know some of you actually bought Lorelei's panel so that you can do this exact bag. So this is 8 3/4 long by 6 inches wide for the outer pocket, and I've salvaged, oh my. So I think I'm going to build it on this, because if we don't have enough to add a seam allowance, well, we can applique the black onto this and have this be it's more than one way to build a pocket. Yes, yes, yes. I like the excitement in your typing today, you guys. So this will be the pocket. Look like a good idea. This selvage though, I just can't do it. I gotta cut another piece. Cut it a little bigger so we can have a seam allowance. After all, I bought a lot of fabric just in case. And because I just never seem to have any black fabric. There's been many times when I've needed it and been frustrated, and then when I go to the store, all the pretty fabric distracts me and I rarely remember to buy black fabric. I think there could be a lot more options for black fabric too, don't you? Now we don't have a selvage. So I'm going to have this, because if I fuse this to this, in order to applique this onto the other fabric, I would need to fuse this. And instead of doing that, I'm going to sew a 1/4 inch seam allowance around. And I don't need 2 layers of this unless I'm making 2 bags. There we go. So what have we got? We've got, if we do 1 inch, this isn't really very straight. Remember that when you're building your bag, that this itself is not, it's not the same, because it's art. I mean, she drew this. So over here it's just under, or just a little bit more than a 1/2 inch, and then over here we've got, it's a lot smaller. Up here it's bigger. So it's going to be an illusion for you. So we shouldn't go by that. So it's like just under 7 inches there, just under 7 inches up here. And I'm going to, it's just like I want to line my pocket. Don't you want to have a pocket line too? There's more than one way to line a pocket though. We'll just do this. Okay, time to applique, and before I do that I have to fuse it. I've peeled the paper off that was protecting the fusing. You got 2 panels, Tammy? It's so cute. I know a lot of people would probably really appreciate a bag like this. Time to iron. Do you like my new fabric for my ironing surface? Polka dots. I got tired of the other one. Can you guys even remember what my other ironing pad looked like? So peel that off and do my best to center this. Well, the best way to center something like this is to fold it in half, crease it, fold it in half again, Increase it. And then find that center mark. Do the same thing with your other fabric. Especially when you have a rectangle. So I don't know if you can see, but there is a clear X there. And I'm going to take a pin. This would be a good time to hydrate, you guys, if you haven't had any water. And I'm going to mute my mic while I drink so you don't have to hear me swallow. Okay, so we grab a pin. And you find the center that you creased, if you can find it. I can't find it, so I must not have done a very good job of creasing that. What would help me crease this better, you guys? What do you think? Turn that iron on. One of the pressers. My finger did not press it enough. Really rubbing that because I got embroidery right, you know, the thread is bulking this fabric up. And I'm kind of making a note of where I'm at. So it's like the cheek, in case I can't see it that well. Yeah, now I can see it. And then you just pin right through that cross section. And then you take that pin and poke through the center. And now you can kind of spin this around and know that you are centered as long as that pin is straight up and down. And to ensure that it doesn't move on you when you actually go to iron, use the liquid-based glue again. Anytime I'm going to use a fusible web, I usually anchor it first with the liquid base to make sure it doesn't spin around suddenly. Or this glue lid has been off since last week. I just pushed it in too. Oh well. So a drop on the corner. You don't need a lot, just enough to stop it from spinning on each corner. Should be enough. And we just do a little drop, and then I slide my finger over it so that it's a flat dot instead of a bulky one. Now we can remove the pin, and that's going to stay put. So fuse and fuse is the fusible webbing that is behind this embroidery. And then we can shoot stream. You can shoot seam through it because the paper is not on it. It's not hot yet. Come on, give me some heat. There we go. And the thread that I used is the Polyfast 100% polyester. That's available on creativefeet.com. So what kind of applique should I do? Should I do a blanket stitch applique or a satin stitch applique? Tell me what you want, you guys. Blanket stitch, satin stitch. And it takes the same amount of time to go around with a blanket stitch, whether I have a cording on there or I don't. And I'm thinking of doing that because the fabric isn't very straight, especially in this one spot right here. It kind of dips in. So if I were to stitch over something pretty, like yarn, well, then it won't show. And it'll just be one more thing to have fun with. Ooh, and I have the perfect yarn for this. I bought it a while ago and I haven't used it yet. And it's like on the other side of my table. So I'm going to leave you looking at the top camera. Be right back. Do you guys remember me showing you this once? And someone was saying, what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that? First, I have to decide how much it matters to me to find the end. And they're usually inside the middle. And my patience level is, well, generally, I don't do that. I run out of patience and try to find it on the outside. Do you guys do that? Have you ever cut a skein like this and regretted it because you ended up with a bunch of ends? Come on, where's the end? It would have been nice if they had it sticking out. Do any of you have a trick that I should know about? If you do, tell me. I'm not a knitter. I took a knitting class and then I forgot how to do it. Come on, where's the end? There's an end in here somewhere. Is that it? Oh, come on. Ah, I found it. Ta-da! Or should I say hallelujah? This would be kind of boring if it's just yellow. I'll pull this out here. Make my own yarn. Oh, it's such a long amount of yellow. I'll just use yellow. And the contrasting color of thread will help. I can do 2 as well, not just 1. If you're going to make your own yarn, you want to make sure that you make enough so you don't regret it. Okay, so that's definitely enough of an overlap. Sorry about that quietness. I had to sneeze. Thank goodness for the mute button. Or should I call it the sneeze button? Because the Rowleys, we don't sneeze quietly. We could scare all the dogs in the neighborhood with our sneezes. Some of us. I'm not the noisiest. Thank you, Amy. I will try not to destroy the skein before I get it. So I'm going to create my own yarn of sorts, because while we could feed 2, maybe I should just do 2. If I do 2, I can use a stitch that emphasizes it. See, this is my problem. I always want to teach you like more than I probably should. Because we do have 2 openings in this guide. Should I separate them? Okay, I've got one. I've got one more thread here. See if I can reach for it. Come to me, yarn. This one's pretty. I think we're going to do a combination of things because we can, so why not? All right. It's another end. See, they give you the end on the outside, so easy to find. but I'm pretty sure you're supposed to pull from the middle. Let's see. This is Bernat Velvet. Give you a close-up of the label in case you're looking for it and you want to do the same thing. And this one's really, really fluffy and pretty. So the two, I think, combined together will definitely accentuate this fabric. Don't you think? All right, so I don't need a very long piece of this. I don't want to take the label off. If I can't pull this in, I'm going to have to pull the label off. Label's coming off. The other label will slide back on easier. I don't know about this one. Well, I'm in it now. Sometimes I take yarn and I roll it onto a skein that you would normally find pearls on. And then I have an easier time dealing with it after that. So we don't need a lot. There we go. So we're going to be doing a couching applique. It doesn't take as long to sew. My presser just fell on the floor. I'm going to make a little thing that you can set your presser on. Does that sound fun? A project for that? Here, I think I'm gonna not be seen if I bend over, but my head goes right in front of this camera. Oh well. This is the blue hornet, in case you haven't seen this one yet. I got tired of using the same color one. Let's see. So do you think I can put this yarn through that small opening? Thumbs up if you think I can get that thick yarn through the small opening, or should I switch to the next guide up? Where are all those? They're over here. Because the sequins and ribbon foot, when you buy it, comes with a 1/4 inch guide attached to it. So it kind of looks like that would be the guide, right? Hi, Fiona. Trying to see if any new people popped in. Hi, Nikki. Okay, well, it takes me so long to sew. I'm doing really well, Fiona. Thank you. I'm in a great mood today. Got the best camera setup we've ever had. I'm super excited. Now I just have to focus on how to do it without struggling. So I'm going to take and put this thread through that second opening. So it's thin, but it's not, or it's narrow, but it's not too narrow. And what I use to do that is a piece of thread. And I normally have thread laying all over the place. But I cleaned up pretty good today before I started. This is a really good color, I think, for stitching this on. So I'm going to take and lay the yarn over and then you bring the two ends of the threads together. I took my glasses off. Where did I put them? You may be able to get me something to put my glasses in, but that doesn't ensure that I will be trained to do it. I found them. Okay. So what this does is it kind of makes the yarn get carried by the thread. And then you can take the threads through that opening. And then you just pull, and that yarn, even though it's that thick, that's 2 layers of it going through. It was super easy. It was like butter. I didn't have to strain at all. See how it just easily glides through there? Because yarn is how I feel standing in front of the mirror. I may be this size, but if you squish and roll it between your fingers, it like squishes down to its true size. And that is how small I really am. The girl that's in my mind. So now I'm going to take the 2 strands of yellow and go through the other hole. So once again, you lay your yarn down, lay your thread down, lay your yarn over it. There we go. This foot fits all machines if you're watching and don't already know about the creative feet. I designed this foot for a fashion designer for sewing sequins. But it can do so many different things, including couching with yarn in all different sizes and styles. And you can see we can combine different yarns together. Now we have 2 going through there, and it still glides real easy. And I want to make sure that I have the yarn under the foot or beneath the bottom of the foot before I begin. I'm going to change to that lavender thread. I don't know. You're probably not going to see much of the lavender thread. And this is the Polyfast 1081 if you're wanting to do the exact same thing I did. This matches really nicely or complements that lavender stripe that she has on the panel, which is her Happy Camper series from Lorelei's Designs. The link is in the description below on the video for last week, and I will add it again to this week's after we're done. And that is the Baby Locks needle threader, making my life easier. Now, when I start something, I try to start where people aren't going to be drawn to look right away. So if you look at the bird overall, just like humans, we'll probably be more attracted to the eyes of the bird right off the bat. So I am going to go down here on the bottom, and this will be where I'll start. And I want to make sure that a stitch is on that, but not all the way on it, because I'll be covering up some of the embroidery. So I'm going to be focused on the green yarn, keeping the green yarn on the edge and letting the yellow fall off into the black, which should be really cool. And know that whenever I put my sequins and ribbon foot on and use yarn, I always put the yarn in the foot with it off the machine. And then I attach it just like that. I think I'm going to start by the tail, in between the tail and the feet. I'm going to try to ignore the yellow yarn, which is going to be tricky. And now I have to decide on the stitch that I'm going to use. In the school, I will be telling you what stitches I used to help you. There is a stitch on this machine called a couching stitch, but I think I'm going to like something else better. And what I'm trying to do is attach all of them to the fabric, but see if I got a stitch that will allow these 2 yarns, the yellow yarns, to separate a little bit and have the stitch accentuator show that there are 3 different trims. Ooh. Sorry, I keep going, ooh, because there's so many stitches you can choose from. This is a really fun way to learn your sewing machine stitches, is to sew yarn. I think I'm going to use this stitch. I don't know. It looks kind of like a feather stitch, but they call it a hem stitching stitch. And I'm going to use the widest width my machine will sew, which is a 7, because this is a lot of yarn. And I am going to I'm going to do what the stitch is engineered for. But what I'm going to do now is show you something. Now, you may have been told to never turn your hand wheel backwards. And I am a firm believer in that. But when you have this scenario, and I'm not going to a test fabric, Tina's probably wondering, aren't you going to test that on something else first? And I could, but I may not have enough yarn. So this is a cheat. I'm going to bring my needle down, and I'm going to bring it back up just until I hear the machine make like a little sound. And then it cycles to the next part of the stitch. And what I'm trying to do is see if the needle is going where I want it to do. And if it isn't, then I can turn the nut on the foot and move the yarn to the needle. This is very exciting because you normally can't move a decorative stitch over on your machine. So the foot moves the yarn to your needle instead of your needle moving over to the yarn. So the yarn moves over to the needle. That makes sense? Well, hopefully I didn't confuse you too much with that. So I'm holding onto the needle thread when I do this as well. So we're actually not going to be making a stitch. Bring the needle down, and it makes a sound in the machine. Bring it up just a little until the needle moves. And it's not moving, so this machine won't do that. This machine won't do that. Bummer. So then, since this machine won't let me do that, what you're going to do is make sure that the yarn is where you want it to be on the fabric. And try every stitch of the pattern. Make sure it's going to actually catch all of the yarn. And it looks like it's going to miss the right one. So I'm moving the foot, the guide over, and then I lift the foot and move over. And now it should catch it. It's catching it. I think I need to bring it over to one more, and then I move. Is this the way I want to lift? And I didn't have the foot raised. I'm like, why won't it move? So this is the hem stitch. Okay. All right. This is awesome. So if you have the same machine as me, you can go right on. She figured out what stitch. It's number 3-19 at a 7mm wide width and a 2mm stitch length. And I'm going to sew all the way to the corner. It's kind of tight, but it's going to be pretty, so that's all that matters. Okay, and I'm lifting the foot, pull out a little, just a little, so that I can bend and do like a miter. One stitch, and then so if you guys noticed that I uploaded a new video on, what did I do? On sewing a Y seam, and it was a pre-recorded video. We are able to do a lot more of those now. If you have any ideas or suggestions or anything that you want me just to get to the point of like that, let me know. I still think I should move it over a little more that way. I should be wearing my glasses. So I went the wrong way with the foot. There we go. So my focus is not on this yarn, it's on this one. And making sure it stays on the edge of the applique. So I can actually move it out of the way and keep your eye focused on the front of the foot. Ignore everything else. It's going to be really tempting to look Now it's a Claire's bag. I can't wait to show you. So these yellow yarns were twisting, so I'm readjusting. Looking at the front of the foot, ignore everything else. Just know that everything's going to be okay. The foot is got you covered, and you shouldn't be holding onto the yarn when you're sewing. Otherwise the sewing machine will have trouble sewing. Sew till you reach the corner. And when the needle's in one of the right swings of this stitch, raise the foot, pull just a little bit out, and move it over. Isn't it fun to not have to use a satin stitch, to not have the actual stitch itself be the accentuation for the applique? You can applique with beads, chain, rhinestone, cord, yarns, 1 yarn, 3 yarns, 2 yarns. You can twist your own yarns together to create a yarn all unique to you. And our feet, the creative feet, will help you on any machine be able to sew applique that is unique. So if you make things to sell, this is an awesome thing to make your item stand out from everybody else's. Already the applique that we created by embroidering over the fabric panel makes this stand out from anybody else's dog walking bag. Lift, pull out just slightly. I will make it so you can see really well in a second, Nikki. But you should be prepared to go, wow, and I want to hear your wow in your words, you guys. So when you see how cool this is, I want to hear what you're saying at home and you're writing in the chat. Pretty please. So it had a little bit of an issue going back over the yarn that it was stitching over. Watching this yarn, or this fabric, keeping it in the same spot. So there's no need to push or pull the fabric through. Keep your eye focused in one spot. My elbows are down, my shoulders are relaxed. I'll show you my front body position. This is how I am. My hands hanging off the machine. I'm resting my body, completely relaxed, keeping my eye focused only on that one yarn right as it's going right on the edge, ignoring everything else. Every once in a while I gaze over at the yellow yarns to make sure that they're not caught on anything or twisting in any way. And this is, excuse me, how relaxed you can be if you're using our feet and you're not having to grab hold of everything and lift your elbows and spin around. So back to the close-up. Show you how we end so that no one can really tell where your beginning and your ends come together. So all the way to the end, lift, pull off, come back around. I'm almost going to show you now. This is my schwanky dog walking bag. I don't know if my hand was in the way. I hope it wasn't. Okay, now we're coming up where we ended, or where we began. And I'm going to cut it all the way down. This is a really, heavy stitch, so it should be fine, but I am going to go back over. I'm going to stitch just about a 1/4 inch up onto where I began, keeping everything spread apart so I can see where I'm going. And the neat thing about yarn is that it is fluffy. So now that I've gone over where I was, I'm going to back up just a little bit and switch to the multiple zigzag stitch, also known as the tricot stitch, also known as the serpentine. And it's in my first panel. It's a standard stitch with a 0 stitch length. And it won't let you go to 0 on most machines. So I'm actually at like a 0.2. And I'm just kind of stitching. And even though it seems like you would see this, you won't be able to tell when I'm done. Now tie a knot. I mean, cut it. Cut your thread. And I pull the yarn back so that I get really close. And then just kind of fluff it up with your fingers. And this is it. Is that fancy or what? See this stitch on this edge is actually, it looks like a cross stitch. It looks like someone took the time to do a cross stitch on the yellow yarn. And in between each of the yarns is a clear definition between the two. This is like the closest I can get for you to see how well that looks. Did you say wow? Did you say beautiful? Did you? Wasn't that cool? Oh, nice. I like that. This is gonna be a dog bag. It seems like something to hang on a wall instead. All right, scooting over, getting ready to prepare for making this into an actual pocket. And right now it looks like the size of the dog bag, so I'm a little concerned. I'm thinking that it does not need to have fabric around the outside edge. But I could just sew it like a pillow with this on, and this will be the lining. I think that's a good idea. It is a dog bag after all. I have to stop trying to make it so fancy. I need a place to put my foot where I can lift it up, because I feel so relaxed when I talk to you guys on Thursdays. I don't think I need any more of this elastic. Put that aside. This is, when I say this is my vitamin water, this is actually Dr. Gundry's MCT Wellness, and it's really good for you, and it's got red currant in it, and it's absolutely delicious, and it reduces your appetite and makes you feel really good. I'll probably I'll be creating like a section in the school where I put what I'm drinking and stuff when I'm live, because I keep getting asked. So Dr. Gundry's MCT Wellness, and it definitely helps a lot with appetite control for sure. It's very tasty. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna make it lining. My cell phone will see the pretty fabric. I still am tempted to make it so that when I put my cell phone in there, I have a separate inner pocket for putting the chapstick and my keys. Like, it'd be nice to have the keys easy to grab and drop in there without scratching the phone. So I think what I'm going to do to make a double pocket is simply fold the fabric over when I make my lining and have one. Well, we'll just see how I figure this out as I go. So if I have 2 layers, I want this to be the lining. Nice thing about batiks is it's hard to tell what's right and what's wrong. So if I sew that under, gosh, I'm really loving that. I can't wait to show it to Lorelei. At some point I'm going to give her a call and say, hey, I featured your panel on my show. If you're getting a lot of orders, it's my fault. So we're going to sew right sides together, this to that. And at the top is where we need this to be a pocket. Come on, brain. This is not that difficult. I just need to think it through. I just try to do things a one-step pocket instead of a two-step pocket. Scissors. These are I keep saying they're mine, but they're on our site. These are the applique scissors. And there's two sizes, and right now we only have the mediums. So we're going to need to sew right sides together. Needs to be the same to go all the way around. And what you do is you put your pinky here and your ring finger there, middle finger there, and index finger there, thumb there. And if you've used a lot of scissors before, you know that you can tend to feel a little discomfort up here, and you don't feel that with these scissors. And they're serrated, so they help you hold your fabric as well. And this is me just not wanting to clear the board to use the rotary cutter, but I will. I'm just sizing it up a little bit. Okay, so if this is going to be a pocket and it's going to open up and it's going to be lined, and my brain, come on brain, kick in. If we sew all the way around and we turn it right side out, that'll be like that. And it'll look good on the inside, and it'll look like that on the outside. Then we want to have another pocket, and we can just fold it up like this. So if I do a top stitch on this edge, ooh, I still have the yarn there. Oh, we must do that then. We still have yarn. That means that instead of just a standard stitch, the top of the pocket can have yarn on it. Come on. There we go. So we should press it under, use an iron, but I'm going to use the glue. So just to hold it down while I'm stitching. And this stitch will definitely finish the edge of it so it won't fray. I was so quiet for a minute. It's so unusual for me, isn't it? And instead of using that heavy stitch, I'm going to use a 3-step zigzag because it's faster and adequate. Nobody's pocket has to be just bland and boring anymore. You can have furry, soft, fluffy yarn tops. And I can do it this way, except for I think I'd rather have the fuzziest be on the outside. So I'm just gonna have the bulk of my fabric be on the inside. I just unthreaded my machine. There we go. Isn't it fun designing as you go and not really knowing what you're going to do and then finding out you have all these little wonderful surprises? When your sewing machine can do anything you want because the feet are so good, it makes a big difference. This fabric's getting all twisted over here. All right. And then I'm like, okay, so this is the pocket. And I have keys. And who wants to look for their keys? Do you want to look for your keys? Or would you rather have like a loop right now to put your keys on? Something to hook those keys on. And I got things like that. I got these. Where's the other clip? Why isn't it transitioning? Okay. The hunt for wonderful things begins in this drawer and then goes to that drawer. So hopefully I won't take too long in finding it. I've got all my bad habits. This is the drawer I go, all right, I got to hurry up and just do something else really quick. And so what I'm looking for is the kind of clip that opens up when you pull down a lever so that the keys will be really secure in there. Just dropped my measuring tape. And I know I have them. Let's see. We're going to be carrying all kinds of stuff like this, by the way, because my intention is to start teaching you more bags and not always live, so you don't have to endure me looking through my drawer for something. Come on. Well, I could just sew a strap on. Do you guys have one you can hand me? This is my bobbin case for my Invisifil 100 weight that I gotta fill up. Where are you? Oh. I want this bag to be perfect. Talk amongst yourself while I scrounge around. I'm going to give up in a minute, so if I can't find it. I could also go steal one off of a keychain. That would be the quickest. And not so noisy as I'm making all this noise. One more drawer. I know I have them. This is the frustrating thing. I wasn't planning to do this, or I would have already had them out. So, may as well. Well, I could use this, can't I? This is something I got to hang things from the ceiling, so you can clip on for doing free motion quilting with a large quilt. So I don't want to use these for that because I may forget to buy them and then be all frustrated. One more quick look in here. All right. let's see. Oh, I have to do this one to use this little thing. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. This is what I was looking for. That'd be great to have to put my key ring in so it doesn't drop to the bottom of the pocket. Did you guys know that's what I was looking for? Okay, so my reasoning for doing this right in this moment was I was thinking that this will be the pocket I'll want the keys to come out of. So if I'm going to sew a strap for that, I should do it now and have it attach right there. Should I do black fabric or colored fabric for the strap? Amy wants to learn how to add front pockets to shorts. Oh, that's easy. Or pants like a flat pocket, like a square pocket. That's a satin edge technique, top stitching, and you just need a pocket former. And I was actually going to be doing a pocket soon. I did this technique at shows. I would make this little applique sample. It wasn't very attractive, but people would grab them. And this one lady and another gentleman did this years later, came up and said, "Can I take 2 of these?" And then she came back with her pants and she added this to the top of her pocket. So you can have a plain pocket, but you can also have fancy pockets. Are you wanting fancy pockets, Amy? I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I would want to have a strap for. Be nice to have a sunglasses spot for when the sun goes down. I could make the most elaborate dog bag ever. Like pockets in pajama pants. You mean like take a pair of shorts, cut open the front, and insert a pocket and make it look like it was designed with a pocket to begin with? That would be challenging. But it's doable. Bye, Nikki. It's okay, you guys. If you can't watch the whole, I don't even know how long I've been on for, so 2 hours. And we haven't even quilted yet. So I think this will be fine. If I make it long, then it drops inside and I can just pull it out and put it in the door without having to take it off. Sound like a plan? So for that, the satin edge foot is the best foot for creating straps. And I'm going to That's a really long strap. If I make it narrow, fold it over again. So I'm always wanting to make fancy things. Just a regular old pocket. But that is, I wonder if anyone's already shown that on YouTube. Probably. It's kind of like insetting a zipper in a, you have to stabilize your fabric and then cut. So if one side is smaller than the other, fold it over smaller than the other. And you may be wondering why I'm not using the iron for this. Well, because I burn my fingers when I do. So I prefer to build little things like this first with my presser. And then when I feel like I've got it good, then I can always press again. Then fold it over. And I'll do one top stitch on that. And then you can use a straight pin, just kind of pin it down on your pad. And then iron. Use the liquid base to have it hold down permanently while we're sewing it. Temporarily, as we sew it. As when the dog bag gets washed, that will wash away, so we still need to stitch it. Trying to make it look the same size, obviously not doing real accurate cutting here, but this is about 1.5 inch strip, and I'm making it long so I can keep the dog bag on my body and pull the keys out without the keys falling to the ground. I think this is longer than I need though. Well, I'll try to help you find that, Amy, because you probably don't want to wait for me to do it one day. Okay, so this is our liquid-based glue, which is really just water-soluble stabilizer in a bottle. I'm putting it on the bottom, so the bottom fold over is held, and now I'm putting it on the top of that. Slide my finger across and then put the top fabric down. Now that is held in place and won't move when I iron and also when I sew. I can't turn this into a part 3. I'm trying to read what you wrote, Fiona. I missed that about the other app where I could enlarge your comments so that I could read. So you wrote, any chance you can do black and colored strap? Yes, I can. I certainly can. So we have a small end, though, and I didn't read it quick enough. But how would I do that? If I were going to switch right now and do that, is I would do the exact same thing I just did, right? And pretend this is gone. Then you can just lay it down. Oh, now I want it like that. It's so bad. So I could have it be double. So you see how I would do that? Fiona, you would just lay that folded under right on top, and then you'd stitch on top of the other one, and you'd have a double layer, kind of like a dog leash. But this will never be done if I don't stop. So this is a double layer, nice and secure. And let's see. And if I fold this under, and this under, I could even put it and now this will go over the top of it. And that'll stitch the whole thing, and I won't have to unthread the machine. Anything I can do to cheat without making it not look good. Or I have it go over right there, and that kind of looks good too. Over or under? Over kind of looks cool too, huh? Of course, this is an internal pocket. This is really obsessing. All right. I've decided that it's just going to be, I'm using the widest width my machine will go, which is a 7. And at the beginning, I use a shorter stitch length to anchor everything. I realize I don't have any idea what's going on back here. Okay, it's still good. And now I'm going to lengthen my stitch length so it doesn't take as long to go. And we don't need a lot of stitch. I'm going to do 2.0 on the stitch length because we still want it to overcast the raw edge that's folded under on the top of this. This fabric is so much fun to sew on. So pretty. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. You've heard the term April showers. Oh, I can't do this. See the dilemma? I can't stitch that because I won't be able to go over the top because this is not allowing me to do it. So I have to take that and stick it beneath. I could take this out. I'm going to because I like it. I like the idea of it. Shorten the stitch length to secure it. Of course, it's going to be sewn in a seam, but yarn, you don't want it to come off ever. I think that's the last time I'm going to sew yarn. Cut it. I say I think because, you know, I keep doing things and changing my mind. Now I can take that and do what I was planning. I think it kind of looks cool with it being over it. I don't know, is it or not? Would it have looked better? I actually don't even have to do that. I could go like this and end it right here. Definitely stronger if it's, what should I do, over or end it there? Go over and stitch it, or, oops, I think it adds a design element. But first thing I'm going to do is lock it here so that it doesn't wobble around a lot. Just use a straight stitch. Now it didn't matter before I had black thread in the bobbin, but now it kind of does. Of course, the bag is black and colorful, so it doesn't matter. Now I want to make a new collar for my dogs. It's a dog walking bag. I gotta keep that in mind as I try to make this a purse, even though it is a purse. So I can either do a straight stitch, or I can do a multiple zigzag stitch, or any kind of decorative stitch that you have on your machine, actually. And so I will. What kind of decorative stitch can we do? I'm going to go wide. So I stepped back so that it would tie itself off. Get that under there. I should have just glued this in place. I would not be having to mess with it at all. Probably not the best stitch, but not bad. And it's the light color thread, so hop it back. And now I'm going to use a straight stitch. So right down the center, because the stitch is heavy and you can't tell, and that will tie a knot. All right, so now we have a inner pocket and a key ring. And this is going to be the lining. Am I right, everybody? I'm getting loopy. It's the loopy hour. And we just have to leave a way to turn it right side out. And if we were turning it right side out, then it would go like this, and it would be like that. So when we look in the bag, we would see that. If we go the other way, we would be looking inside and we see that. Yep. So we definitely wanted it the other way. Yarn everywhere. And then I'm going to sew a pocket on using the top stitch around the edge. Lots of ways to put a pocket on, but I might even use yarn. We'll see. So we want this to be dropped down. Otherwise you can't like get anything in the pocket if it's right sides together, Claire. Where is it? I gotta think it through all over again. So if I sew around and then I turn it right side out, That would be what is out. I'm going to just do this because it's easier. Stitch these together first, and I'm going to use the satin edge foot because it helps me sew straight. And I'm going to move this all the way to the right, moving the wire all the way over, which is in essence going to give me pretty much almost exactly a 1/4 inch with the left needle position. Or you could take your measuring tape out and adjust for a 1/4 inch to be accurate. So I'm going to go in actually center needle position. I'm going to do an 1/8 inch because just trying to hold this in place. This is the you can do this or you can do that, and you can do this or that, and you could do this as well as that show. And I don't know, should the doggy should the poo-poo bag come out of this pocket? No. It should come out of the other pocket. I didn't cut that very straight. Oh, that's right, I used scissors. Oh, it doesn't matter. I won't be able to go around. I just got to move all this stuff. I got my cubbies and stuff everywhere, which is why I was hesitant to get set up to cut on the board. It wouldn't be a normal Thursday if I didn't have a complete mess to clean up after my show. The iron is still hot. I don't remember needing these pliers, but they're out. There we go. I'm loving this. Oh my gosh. This is when I use this lazy cutter. I'm going to make sure that I didn't secure the beginning as good as the end. Put a little dot of glue to hold that yarn in place, and then to hold that fabric in place. So I am going to make, even though I didn't cut this bottom, it's going to be the bottom of the bag and it will be sewn into the seam. And I'm going to cut off the top. And then I got to make sure that I leave a space where I can turn this right side out. So that's what I do to that, or I write on my fabric. But now I can see through the pad and make sure that I'm 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have never had so much trouble knowing where my ruler is before. It isn't small. What do I do with it? Did I put it under here? Nope. Some new habit I'm doing. Oh my goodness, I remember now. I used it to I used it to grab my yarns. I left it way over here. Be nice to have a little fairy in your sewing room that would keep you from losing your stuff or losing your mind. I should have the ruler or the pad that goes on top with the lines. This would definitely make this easier. This is my Cutter Pillar tablet. So I think since I know it's secured, I'll cut from the top instead. There we go. I have the bottom of the bag, or the top of the bag at the bottom. This is going to have to be moved. I had the bird upside down. That could have been a disaster. But really, I'm just trying to figure out, making sure that the top is the right size. I'm feeling like, all right, so cut that off. Okay, now make sure I have everything put together correctly. Right sides together, so that when I go to turn it right side out, it opens up. Bird facing up. That's an important one to pay attention to. Is that right sides together? Yes. Well, it'll be very embarrassing if I don't do this right. And it'll be from lack of sleep. Am I doing it right, you guys? Yeah, fancy fabric on the inside. Only because I think it will be like getting really dirty because it's a dog walking bag. I'm still not sure yet if I'm gonna just do black. We're running out of time. 4:30. I don't have to quilt a lot. I can quilt a little. Left needle position. So a few stitches forward. 4 stitches back. Probably want to see it. Lowering my needle on the corner. Just keeping those raw edges together as best I can. Lower the needle. Lift the foot. Plant my finger. Put this back in. I got like butterflies excited at the thought of having this bag on my next walk. This helps you see the stitch that was used to sew the couching on. One more stitch. Zoom, zoom, zoom. I love how fast this foot lets me sew. What's the least amount of space I need? Trimming off the corners. Now turn it right side out. We all know how to do this by now, right? Could I hem the opening? You don't need to though, but you could. The act of straight stitching it down is going to be closing up that area. Here's my presser. Boy, did I dream about this last night, but I didn't do this in my dream. It's getting better now that I'm awake. Amy, you get bored easy? Man, I don't get bored at all. I always have something to do. Maybe that's what you're trying to say. It's hard to sit still. This in itself is kind of cool. Just, we could put a little strap here and there, and you got a cool little cell phone purse with keys just for walking without the dog, without water. That's the point of the dog walking back, is to have water as well. So we want to make sure we're going to close that so you see by pressing this. Ooh, what would have made this even more fun is piping. Just keep going and going on the design. Could have sewn this down while sewing piping on in the colored fabric onto the black. Oh God. There's a limit to how much I can do. Where's the hole? I didn't turn this corner. Do I have any piping already done? We have that yellow yarn. I could stitch down the pocket with yarn. That doesn't take any longer than straight stitching. So this is going to be a double pocket because we're going to stitch around the edges and the bag will be here. So this will be one pocket and this will be the inside pocket. So the phone can be separate from, and this bag is it getting much bigger than that? It's like, I think I'm making a bag that's bigger, but it's got to hold the bottles. I'm going to spray starch this to make it really crisp. I can't wait to see yours, you guys. Don't let me down. I want you to sew. Yeah, I think I'm gonna look in my drawer really quick. Excuse me. Oh, I was saying, you know how they say April showers bring May flowers? Well, in Arizona, it's April is windy. It's just windy and windy and windy. We only need to sew the pocket on the 3 sides. Should I use pearls? We could do rat tail cording. We could do pearls around the edge to stitch it down. Rat tail cording, I think. When you can do anything, it's just a little overwhelming on making your mind up, right? So do you guys agree, rat tail cording? We're going to use the pearls and piping foot then to go ahead and complete this bag. I mean, to sew the pocket on. And I could do it one of 2 ways. I could sew the cording all the way around the pocket and then use that cording to help me sew it onto the bag after. And the reason I am thinking of that is because we have an end on this, and the end of this it's not a very pretty end. So I usually go around something twice when I do this. And this will close up the opening and add a little accent. This is like, what color thread should I use? And I think I'm going to go to a... She used almost every color in the crayon box on this bird. So this is a really... Let's see. Should I do yellow? Oh, peach. Peach. Peach goes really nice with purple. Does that ever happen to you when you're winding your thread? You drop it on the ground and it rolls away, and then you got to wind up even more. All right, put this peach thread, peach on purple. I have no plans after tonight. Tonight I'm going to be home and I'm going to have dinner with the doggies. I may barbecue. What have you guys got planned for dinner this evening? No, I want to iron this crisp first. Just moving everything around. Put it back. Move it over. I tell you what, man, it's one of my favorite things I've made are these totes or cubbies or little organizers. I put my glasses away, so if I'm looking for them, you guys know where I put them. Don't forget the bag. Comfort strap is the next thing that I'll be doing. So that when you're carrying 2 bottles of water, you don't get a sore shoulder. Hi, Tink. Stop. No, don't go. Come here. There she is. Tinkerbell. It's just like, I don't know why she grabbed me. Scared you. Your heart's pounding. I know why you guys keep coming in here. It's because I keep saying the word walk. That's it. All right. Go off where you were heading. there's all kinds of brands and opinions about spray starch. This has always been pretty reliable for me. Faultless is what I use. I usually look for the word professional or pro in the actual on the can, because and anti-flaking, because they can flake and leave little flakiness all over your project. And then this will make it nice and crisp and easier to sew the top stitch. The more you press with spray starch, the more you remove the bias or lock the stretchiness of the fabric, and it will become really crisp. I don't know about this color ironing pad with the black fabric. So I'm going to do another spraying to give it even more stability as we go all the way around the bag. So that's pretty good. It's like it's saturated. I'm going to kind of tap it till I don't hear the sizzle sound anymore of it as it evaporates. I also have asthma, and this doesn't make me cough, and I don't feel like my airway is bothered by it. We don't sell any because there's rules on sending things in cans. Ingredients are water and another language. I can't read the words to tell you what the other things are. Is she growling? She's growling. What are you growling for? Where are you? She has a cookie. She's telling Chase he's not getting her cookie. Oh, that's the sound of this unrolling. Now when I did this, we got some sewer's confetti here. As I pressed it, because I knew I was going to do this, I didn't worry so much about how nicely that pressed, because this is going to go right over that, and there'll be only the purple exposed or showing. And just as before, I'm going to start on the bottom, because it'll be the least likely seen. I could do that, or since I haven't sewn up the side seam yet, I could actually start with it in there. I think I'm going to do that, because then I don't have to worry about it ever fraying. Changing to the pearls and piping foot now. Boy, she's really like telling Chase that he can't have her little biscuit. This is the pearls and piping foot. And it has a tunnel that has a unique shape to it that makes it guide the trim for you. And right now I have the 40 weight polyester embroidery quality thread in the needle. And I have black in the bobbin. This foot also has a little washer that slides left and right. And what that does is it changes the position of the trim left and right beneath your sewing machine needle. So I'm going to have the cord gradually come out. And the stitch I'm going to use is a stitch that looks like a blanket stitch, but it's actually called the shell tuck stitch. and a width of 5. And the length is set at 2.5, which is the automatic setting on it. And I want to make sure that it's actually going to go where I want, and it's not. So the stitch would actually be hitting too close to the edge. So I'm going to take the foot off, slide the washer to the opposite side. Put it back on. So now the needle will be actually striking the fabric in the stitch that goes on the edge, and then it will swing beyond the cording on the right hand side. And then as before, you do not need to hold on to that cord. And the cord is actually off the edge of the fabric, not on it. So just kind of slow things down on the corners. And I'm putting it right back in the same hole that it was in. So we actually are sewing more of the stitch on the corner than just one stitch. But by having the needle go right back in the same hole, it seems like when you look at it, your eye will think it's only one row. You can see the bottom is sticking up on the top, which I could have done a better job of ironing. But it won't show. No one will know. Back it up. All right. Now we're ready to zip along this end. Not having to hold the cord. See how the foot just kind of grabs it and takes it in. I'm looking at the fabric edge, trying to make sure it enters the same spot. Ignore everything but your fabric edge. The yarn is kind of sticking out there from the inside pocket, so this will cover that up as well. As long as I make sure it's on top before I get there. There we go. Okay, another corner. Okay, now we have the strap to worry about. I hope my head wasn't in the way the whole time. I should have looked. I guess it wasn't. Oh, good. I was so relaxed because your elbows should be down and mine were. I realized I was starting to feel really relaxed. That's when I worry. So when I sew by myself, I'm not filming something. I am just like literally just like kind of almost laying down on the table in the machine. This is how to sew without just straight stitch. Something to use your decorative stitches on. I mean, you have them, it's kind of nice to use them, isn't it? So what is this stitch called again? Do you guys remember? It's called the shell tuck stitch. Coming up on where it wasn't stitched in. There it is. Coming up on my beginning. And I'm going to tuck the cord in so that they join in there, but I'm going to cut it back here. tuck it in now. Well, maybe a little bit later. There we go. And then pull it back out so you can't tell where it began. And it's going to get loud because the needle's going to go through those cords. Don't. Once again, we want it to go back in the same hole. I'm going to use this straight stitch now and make sure it's positioned over where that stitch was. So a few stitches to tie a knot. And then I'm going to look and see if I need to go all the way around. Or remember, this is going to be stitched. It's going to be stitched down onto the other part of the bag. That thread right there, you cut it. Okay, so now is time for quilting. Is this going to be a 3-part? It's almost 5. I don't know. Let's see. So if we're going to cut... Whoa, I almost pushed the spray starch off. There we go. I'm done. I'm like, now I'm starting to negotiate with myself. Do I really need it to be quilted? Even that in itself is really cool. With a strap. Be a really lightweight purse to just walk with. I already said that. That's me repeating myself. All right, I had the fabrics cut. There we are. Okay, we need the bag to be taller. I'm just getting really hungry. I'm not prepared to go much later. And on the bag, we need it to be able to hold the water bottles. Now I want more of that pretty fabric. Okay, here. There we go. So if we got water in here, I don't want to spill it. This changes or determines how wide the bag needs to be. So we got 2 water bottles in there. I also have a bowl for my dogs to drink out of. And what I did was I cut the bottom of a water bottle off. And it wasn't this type of water bottle. It was one that had more of a flexible feeling to it. And so when I put the dog's water, when I take the dog's water out, I put my hand beneath the water bottle and I pull up and I'm grabbing the bowl at the same time. And then I pour it in, put it on the ground. And then when I go to put it back in, I put the bowl on the bottom and slide it in. So I want the room that I want a little bit more room so that I can achieve that. But this looks like I've got too much fabric. This is a good size water bottle. So you can go for a good long walk. I'm going to quilt it before I cut. So I have more than I need. That's always a better place to begin. It's not too much more. Sometimes people comment and they go, look, she's got water bottles all over her table. way to show the water bottles, but this is what this is about. Being able to walk with 2 pints of water. I'm going to put my octi hoops on now. And I'm going to switch to that variegated thread so we can make it more interesting. And I'm going to quilt it. I'm using the bamboo batting. You can use a polyester batting as well. But if you're putting this much work into something like this, you certainly don't want to use a batting that's going to rot or decay. So the bamboo or a polyester. And if you use a polyester and you fuse it, in the case of Pellon, know that you'll probably need to use a foot when doing the free motion. I was like, I could add another pocket, and I'm like, what do I need it for? I don't need another pocket. Oh, treats. That's what I was going to do, a treat bag. So I would just do the same thing. I would make a poopy bag and a puppy treat bag and use the same technique. So you can pull the bag out of the bag and easily grab your treats. My dogs are not treat dogs. I couldn't train them with treats. Do you guys know where I put that thread? I had it threaded. I wonder if it fell on the floor. No. We're using you. All right. That thread's got to be here somewhere. I didn't walk away. Well, I guess I did twice, but I didn't carry it away. To speed this up, I could use that fabric as the back and not do an inner lining. Kind of construct the bag the same way as I just did. That would get this video done today. So now that we have this much, what do you think? Should I have? Except for I want you to see the quilting. I'm getting frustrated with myself. Where did I put that thread? I don't know where my thread is. Because that would be something I would throw in a cubby. I don't have another, my variegated thread just laying around. Should have just left it on the machine. It's not in here. It's not in there. Did anybody see where I put it? I'm looking to see. Maybe I carried it out there. In search of variegated thread. It's a really good option for beginner quilters to use variegated thread as well. Make sure I still have this machine centered. I just moved it around. Bummer. This is, I'm not finding it. Did Tinkerbell, did you know where I put it? Didn't throw it in the trash, did I? Oh, gotta do the comfort strap. Almost forgot. Okay, I'm going to take a commercial break. While I look for it. I will be right back, you guys. And if I can't find it really quick, I'm just going to use a different color. I found it. But I still will be right back, you guys. All right, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Oh, that iron is still hot. I can't hear myself though. Thanks for waiting, everyone. I realize I'm not going anywhere, so I could finish this. As long as the dogs are willing. And you're willing. But I don't think I mind having it actually... Now that I have a separate pocket to have my cell phone in, I think I'm fine with having the inside or the pretty fabric be the lining. But I'm also not sure I may want the black on the inside because this is so pretty. Which one should I do? Should I do the fabric because of the pocket being black? Did I mute it? Nope. Pardon my reach, you guys. I feel like it just stopped. because I wasn't in the room, but it looks like I'm still here. Go ahead and give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me. You guys have a friendship going now, don't you? Why isn't this playing? Okay. Wow. That was a long pause. So long I didn't think it was even working anymore. Okay. Oh, I just really like everything about it. So many decisions. And looking at this, I'm looking at this and I really like that kind of look. So if I were kind of like this look. What do you guys think? For the front, and then the back of the bag be black. I'm so far behind you guys now, I don't know what you're thumbs upping. You think I look stunning today? Thank you. I'm wearing lipstick. I got brand new lipstick. And I just went and touched myself up a little bit. So I feel a little bit better. Because I kept sneezing. So I sneezed a lot and feel better. I need to drink more of this, I think. Coolest dog walking bag there is, I think. Decisions. It would be cool if it had both fabrics on the front and the back, wouldn't it? I think it would. So let's just do that. Whoops. So if I'm going to do that, then it's how do you attach one fabric to the other? It's got to be wider because of the bottles. Yeah, I think the inside lining will be black, and this will be how wide it is to hold the 2 bottles of water, if I estimated this correctly. Where did I put the bottles? Oh, there they are. So I need to do what I did before to make sure this is accurate. Sorry, that bottle is so loud. So basically you want to lay down the bottles that you're choosing to carry, because there's even bigger bottles than this. Although I've never been willing to carry that much times 2 on a walk. Where'd that other bottle go? I had 2. Oh, there it is. Yeah, looks like just right. So you want me to tell you what that is? I would think so. Did I lose my ruler again? Oh my goodness. So for the width of the bag to hold 2 bottles of water is 10.5 inches. And boy, that was a bad cut. And then the height. Oh, the height of one of these bottles is 10 inches. So it's almost square. Let's say I would make the height 11 inches. 11 by 10 and a half. And I'm not messing around. I'm going to cut it with the cutter to start. Instead of having to cut again, because I got just enough here. No extra wiggle room. So I don't know if you guys responded to me teaching you a clutch purse, because somebody wanted me to show it, and I'm asking you guys to tell me what you want, in case you guys didn't know that. Kind of structuring the live around your wants. So if you don't tell me what you want, then I don't know you want it. Oh, I'm so excited about this. That's why I don't want to not have it done, because I want to use it tomorrow. After this much, it's like there's no way I want to be walking around with that other bag anymore. And I'm cutting the bag to size, but I'm not going to cut the back to size. And this is going to be the lining now, because I've changed my mind. Because, well, we can do whatever we want. It's always better to have your fabric bigger when you're going to quilt. And we're going to be quilting, so I'm going to put batting in between these two. But I did this first to see that I don't have enough black, so I got another piece. Ugh. Thinking we could even use stretch fabric inside of the bag to add flexibility to it. Nope. Another bag. Maybe another bag is in our future. So I was thinking about a clutch with a strap, a wrist strap. So you can wear it, and you know what a wrist strap's for. So I'm going to cut the black fabric wider. And also because I can just go like this to size it up. Sorry for the noise. It's the fastest way to cut straight. There we go. There we go. All right, so see how I have the back fabric sticking out all the way around wider. It makes it easier to quilt when you do that. So it's like, okay, we're using the variegated thread. This is going to be fun. Well, we'll see. I don't know how well you'll be able to see. but I think it's going to be fun to follow the pattern on this and do kind of a swirly look. And I'm going to iron this and spray starch, even though I'm quilting. So spray starch, this fabric is very thin. It'll give me more body. And this is the batik again. So do you remember how to tell? Go across the grain, and if it arches out to the right side or hugs the wrong side, kind of hugs the wrong side. It's also a good idea to, before you ever cut your fabric, to pay attention to where that crease is from the bolt. And if you put a post-it note right top or right side, then when you go to use it later, if you've cut it into pieces, you don't have to worry about not having the right side facing up. Okay, the back fabric really does not need spray starch, so I'm just going to starch the top. And I don't need to do a lot of it, just a little. And I'm doing that mostly because it is so significantly different than the weight of the black Kona fabric. Thinking French seams for this one. There's no zipper, so it's simple. You could put a zipper if you want, but I think a zipper would be annoying, because usually when you're walking a dog, you're on guard and ready for just about anything to happen. And having a zipper might slow down the response time that you need. All right. I'm feeling for moisture when I do this. So it's got more body now, and it will be more complementary to the back, or now the lining. So I ended up spray starching. This is going to show all the dog hair. Do I really want this? Well, yeah, because it is. It's okay. It's the inside. It's a dog bag, right? I have to keep reminding myself. This is not a fashion purse. This is a dog walking bag. All right. Batting. Let's see here. We know that the black fabric is bigger. So if I size it to the black fabric, or have it be even bigger than that, which would be even better. So if you can have the back fabric be bigger than the top fabric, and then the batting be wider than the back fabric, then you'll never worry that you're not catching the batting. I really got to figure out where I put my shears. I'm cutting these. No wonder they're not working. I have them backwards. Upside down and backwards. Definitely not doing a pretty cut here. There we go. So I bought this, and it was slid all the way up to almost the armhole, and so I've kind of contoured it in, and I do plan on showing you guys how to buy one of these, because they're really pretty, but in my opinion they're not flattering at all. So I'm going to be cutting into it and adding pockets on the side so it will flatter your figure more. Know that I have plans to do that as a live episode. I bought 3 different ones. So if you're thinking about getting one of these and you ever try it on and you think it makes you look like you're 15 inches bigger, on the sides and you'd like to contour it to your body, I'm going to show you how to do that while they're trending. So I think I just put the right side to the batting. So it's going to have lint all over it. I did. Oh well. Now this is covered in lint or batting fuzz. And almost ready. Remember, the back fabric is bigger than the top fabric. So as long as the black fabric is inside the border of the batting, you cannot quilt where there is no batting. And you really don't need to spray this or do anything because it has high levels of static cling. So now the border, or I want this colored fabric to be within the black fabric border. This would be a good time to turn on your cutter pillar. Needs to be a little bit more over this way. Nice not to have to worry about it shifting on you. I'm go ahead and press again because the iron's hot. Then I'm going to turn it off so it doesn't beep at us. There we go. So you can see how this stays together really well. But if you're nervous about it shifting on you, well, you can take the liquid base glue and put dots of it on the batting and then secure the fabrics to it. There's batting in the air again. Here we go. So as I'm pulling this up, the batting is actually coming off of it. You'll actually feel that the connection, the static cling of the fabric and the batting. Don't glue onto the fabric, glue onto the batting, and just do some random dots. Think about it as you would be doing if you use safety pins to secure something. So just a little dot here, a little dot there, but all in all, you really don't need it. There's another way to keep things from moving around, and that is to stitch all the way around the circumference of these fabrics, and so that they will not shift in any direction as you're manipulating them. And that is what I will do with the satin edge foot, and in essence a top stitch. Basting, it's a basting stitch, top stitch. You know, we could make aprons this way too for the kitchen with pockets, and have a built-in pot holder hooked onto your apron. Oh, there's so many things we could do. Do you guys use aprons? I should have used one today. I had to change clothes because I didn't wear an apron earlier. I really need to make one. So I think this will be pretty back bobbin, and this is the khaki color or sage green or something like that in the deco bob. It's very pretty. And since it's not nylon, I can cut it to the length. Of course, it's probably going to be too short and I'll have to pull it up. And this will be what I'm using on top. I think it's going to show. And this will be the first time on this show that I'm using cotton. See, it's 50 weight cotton, so it's thicker than the polyester that we've been using. Wait a minute, it's thinner, 50 weight. Higher is thinner, so it's a little bit thinner than the 40 weight. and it drags a little bit through the needle because of the texture of the cotton thread. So you still want a 90-14 needle. And as I mentioned before, I'm putting it on my machine spool holder. And I'm using a spool cap. And the rule on that is the spool cap is supposed to extend beyond the size or the diameter of the actual spool of thread. Otherwise your thread can get caught on the plastic on the threads. There we go. So a clutch purse, it'll be kind of the same way. We're going to decorate the heck out of it. So next week we'll be couching. We're going to do all kinds of different types of couching to create this incredible looking bag that's in my mind. I'm going to remove the sewing machine foot. It's like, or I could show you how to make the handle first. I'm not going to make you wait anymore. Where's my medium hoop? It's on the floor. Nope, that's the big one. Where did I put it? Oh my goodness, things are falling. Got lots of hoops. Where's my medium one? I just used it last week, didn't I? Did I use it last week, you guys? I found it. If you aren't familiar with my product line, this is one of my products. These are the Octi hoops, and they're 3 different frames that vary in sizes from 11 3/4 down to 7 3/4, or it may be a half. You'd think I know by now, but well, you know, they either work separately or simultaneously. So sometimes we use only one, and we can use them for embroidery, and sometimes we quilt, and when we quilt, we don't want a stabilizer on the back of our quilt. And when we embroider, this is how we did the embroidery on the actual outer pocket for the bag. This is another panel of Lorelei's designs, a dog one, which would be very appropriate for a dog walking bag. I know some of her panels are out of stock, but so now we're going to quilt these fabrics together, and we're going to do so using 2 frames. And you get 3. So you may be thinking, well, I want the biggest one on top because then I can quilt bigger areas and faster. But we really don't want to move our hoop any bigger than our fingers spread out. So the choice of which hoop goes on top is based on the extension of your fingers. So this one's bigger than my fingers in length. This one is right there with it. So this is the right one for my finger length to quilt without the tendency to lift your elbows, which would happen to you if you use a hoop that's too big. It's kind of a automatic behavior. And then you're going to position the larger frame beneath the smaller frame and beneath the fabric. So this hoop that goes underneath the whole quilt is going to raise the quilt up and keep it lifted above the surface of the machine, so you won't have any pinching or puckering of the actual fabric. Sorry for getting in front of the camera, you guys, with my big old head, but still adjusting to the camera positions. See if you guys have any questions that I haven't caught. I think I need to get another screen because there's 2 in here already, and have it have your comments really big so I can see them. All right. So the one frame is the larger frame goes beneath, then your quilt and all of its layers goes over that one, and then the smaller frame drops in. And if you're right-handed, you will hold the frames together with your left hand. If you're left-handed, you'll hold the frames together with your right hand. You're given these handles in the kit, and they drop into the holes so that you can draw around shapes. I have to think about this. If I go around every circle, well, this is going to take too long for us to finish today. So I'm going to go bigger, I think, and do some exaggerated design. We can always do another quilting video later to do more. And you might be wondering which foot I'm going to use. And the actual foot that I'm going to use is no foot at all. So removing my machine's snap-on adapter and put it somewhere safe so you know where it is, so you don't have trouble finding it later. So before you use the octahoops, it's a good idea to look at your hand and talk to it. And I know it sounds kind of funny, but I'm serious when I say this. You're going to tell this hand that its job is to keep the two frames together, and tell this hand, or your dominant hand, that your job is to write, and so that your fingers move instead of you moving in this normal position. So if you've ever seen anybody quilt, if you have not yet done it yourself, generally you'll see hands down, elbows up, leaning forward and quilting in this manner. And it's a very unstable body position because we are sitting on a chair that's sitting on the earth, and the earth is spinning. And when we lift our elbows, because we are not a rigid item like this pair of scissors, but we wobble. So if your elbows are up, you wobble more than you do if your elbows are down. If your elbows are down, your elbows become fixed to the table, which is fixed to the floor and connected to the planet. And so everything becomes stable and easier to control. So when I'm sewing, I'm going to be elbows down, and I put something on the table. This is something I already quilted that's 4 layers thick of batting, which I did using the octahoops. Turn this iron off so it doesn't beep at us. And move this out of the way. So I'm not distracted by anything as I quilt. These bottles of water. What a mess. We're making a dog walking battle. Battle? What's a battle? We're making a dog walking bag, and that's why I have bottles on my table. But we certainly don't want them on the table and risking falling over because they have water in them. So make sure you clear your area and clear your mind of all the things that you were taught about free motion, because we get to rest our body when we quilt with the octahoops. You're going to rest your hand on the hoop that's beneath it. Long thread here. So you rest your hand on the frame that's beneath it, but you won't be able to see it. It's tucked underneath and right next to the frame that's on top. And then you move the quilt away so that you have the ability to lay your arm down on the machine. And elbows down, shoulders relaxed. This is the posture for quilting. Before you waste a bunch of time quilting, remember the pocket is going to hide a good portion of the quilting. So I suggest kind of laying it down and figuring out where you're going to want that pocket to go and tracing around it with a iron erase or water erasable pen, so that you don't, in case you're not doing that good in the beginning, I would start quilting on the back of the bag and then finish the quilting on the front of the bag. So I now know that this is a good position, as the dog bag is not that much taller than the outer pocket that we made earlier. And I'm starting to talk like I have a different language or a different dialect. I think I'm just going to give myself a little bit of a border. And I can go into it a little bit, but I don't need to go into it all the way around. So I'm just drawing like this. It's a general outline. I don't think I did that one. There we go. Okay, so now I have my boundaries showing where I don't need to quilt, but I will quilt a little bit in that area. But I want to make sure I do my best work here, because that's what people will see if they ever look that close at your bag. Once again, the larger of the two hoops goes beneath. Top frame goes on top. And since I have a lot of experience doing this, I could start right here, but I'm a little bit tense about what exactly I'm going to do. So I'm going to slide the quilt. And this is how you would proceed across a quilt anyway. You don't actually have to move the frames. You just slide the quilt. They're not going to be attached to it. This is going to be the back of the bag. No one's going to even see it, unless you take the bag off your body to show it to someone. All right, this is variegated thread. Lower the foot, even though there's no foot on the machine. You should be, when you pull the thread, you should see the needle flex a little bit. That indicates that the tension is engaged and you won't have the bird's nest appear on the bottom. Now we're going to bring the bobbin thread up. These are the applique tweezers that we offer at creativefeet.com. It's like having super strong thumbs. Okay, so I have that quilted fabric beneath my elbow so that I don't have any discomfort on my body, because we don't want to hurt ourselves when we sew. Should feel good and rested. And okay, so I have to try not to get my head in the way. I need my glasses. Sorry about all this reaching in front of you. I was going to do a top stitch, but I'm not. We really don't need to. Now I could do a really complex design and really have some fun with this. See how I can go off and back on again? I could go around every one of these circles and really take my time. But I'm trying to finish this tonight and sew the bag together. So I'm going to kind of do that kind of look. I just decreased my thread tension one number, and this is my first time using this thread, so I didn't know what to expect. So as I move across, you just kind of scoot the bottom frame and scoot the top frame. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed. See how you can go out into the batting to come back around. I'm not happy with that stitch, so I'm going to go even lower on the tension. And that's because the cotton thread drags slower. The surface of it kind of drags against the needle. So I'm just scooting along. And if you've ever been taught to start in the middle and work your way down or out, you're probably wondering why I'm starting on the edge. I'm starting on the edge because this is about how much is going to be sticking out past the pocket. So I'm getting myself ready for the pocket positioning and to like what I'm doing. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed. Non-dominant hand holds the frames together. Dominant hand writes with the handle. And I can push it a little bit more up. But I want to be able to go off the edge. There we go. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed. No foot means no puckers of the fabric. Which is why you can go off the edge and come right back on without any puckering. So it's a little slow down. Take your time. I'm just kind of repeating the same swirly. Thinking of waves on the ocean. Comes up. It has the lip. Then it comes back down. Slide it down. And even though this thread is variegated, it's not that variegated. So I'm not noticing that much of a color change. I think it's going to look good though. I'm not skipping stitches, so that's a good thing on the thread. Because thread can cause skip stitches. And I'm getting relaxed. That's why you're not hearing me talk as much. Because it's rare that Claire does not talk a lot. Yes, Amy is talking about that we can use the octahoops on any machine to do embroidery and quilting. And this is the bag pocket, and I embroidered over this panel using the same hoops last week. So this is a project that you can do with our octahoops and our creative feet on any sewing machine. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed, take your time. And there's nothing holding these fabrics together except for static cling. This is a variegated thread, so it's very colorful. Gosh, I'm going to love this bag. I already love it, and it's not even done yet. Whoops. I suggest having your speed control set so you never have an acceleration like that and go too fast. I'm creating a wave. I'm doing a wave pattern along the edges. And, you know, quilting is about doing a good job. It's not about doing a fast job. Keep that in mind, because, I mean, you put a lot of sewing into a quilt, right? And then why would you be in a hurry to do the most dominant or most eye-catching part of the whole thing? Why would you rush that process? So you can see I have the line here showing where the pocket's going to be. So I can go up to that and come back down. But you most certainly could go and take a lot more time with your quilting and do more of it. This would be a great lesson or a great project to do that with. That's me transitioning around the corner. I sped too much again. I'm going to slow the machine down a little more. So I'm using my cruise control, my speed control, to keep myself from going too fast. Elbows down, shoulders relax, come up. I'm making waves. And I'm talking to myself so I don't forget what I'm doing. Coming up. So when you transition to the next area, you're going across the batting, that it doesn't matter how sloppy you are there. Coming up, thinking about a wave, coming back down again. And you see how I come up and the fabric lays flat? And that's because there's no presser foot used. This top hoop acts as the foot, eliminating the need for the free motion foot. And know this, we did not have a free motion foot for quilting until the 80s. And it wasn't intended for quilting, it was used for darning socks. That's why it was called the darning foot. Making a wave and coming back down. The hoops can spin around, get the fabric gathered up, because I'm coming into the part of the machine where it's like a wall. So in here, I'm going to kind of roll the quilt up so that I can negotiate my way around that corner. And you can see that I can see that the black fabric is sticking up in the batting. It's a good idea to check that, especially because we didn't pin it or do anything to secure these fabrics together. And that black fabric may become separated and fold under, and then you'll have to rip out stitches. We don't like ripping out stitches, do we? Thumbs down, or no, thumbs up if you don't like ripping out stitches. So this is a transition around this corner. I'm just going to go like this, which is kind of what I did on the other corner. And you can see I barely have any hoop holding this fabric right now. Oh, you can barely see that. We got too good of a close-up, and so you can't see how little the hoops were holding on. Come down. And now my mind wants to do the opposite wave because I'm going on the other side. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go backwards now and create a wave going the opposite direction. And this is what kind of makes you look like your quilting machine. Do you have some logic to what you're going to do before you begin? Moving over. It's going to get easier for me here in a minute. There we go. Elbows down, shoulders relax. Okay, we're going to do a wave the different direction. Talking to myself so I don't forget to go the opposite direction. That one kind of looks like a finger or a pickle or something. Okay, we need more of a wave. I'm looking through the hole in this light. It's really, is that still good for you guys? So I don't have to look through it. Ah, much better. You could practice out here too. How far apart am I? Come around. And I'm doing a wave. I don't think this side's going to look the same. Oh well, it's a dog walking bag. This is why it's helpful to draw on your fabric first. You know what? I forgot to lower my feed dogs, by the way. So I just keep scooting the bottom frame over and then moving the top frame. Making our way to the other side. There, now I got the wave down. It only took me that long to get it down. But here's the thing, most people aren't going to notice things aren't the same unless you point it out. Okay, I'm going to do another wave. And now we're outside of, now we're on the back of the bag, so no one's going to know. All right, come on, brain. A wave, I'm doing a wave, so it's coming down. and over and coming out. Elbows down, shoulders relaxed. I remind myself of that once I change position. There's stuff on the table that is getting in my way. Definitely clear your table before you do quilting. I know I say things like that and then you guys don't necessarily do what I recommend, but know that the less distraction around you, the better when you're learning. I did not think about stitch length as it doesn't exist in free motion when you don't have a foot. Bye, Eve. If you're still around. I don't know how long ago she said goodbye. Okay, another wave. And afterward, I'm going to go ahead and finish quilting up the back of the bag a little bit. Scooting over. Kind of like giant C's without the bottom. It's a wave. And it comes back out. What do you guys think? Good choice of thread. I like it a lot. It's behaving really nicely. It'd be better probably if I had the same type of thread in the bobbin in this case, or at least the same color. Double check in, make sure that black fabric didn't shift, and it didn't. So now I have this stretched out all the way over here, and anything on the table that's in the way can stop you from achieving a good look. So don't rush through the process. And I have like this pink thread that got interlaced into the stitching on the back. It's the cone of thread that's over here. Oh my goodness. The thread from over here decided to take a ride. Oh my goodness, how embarrassing. There we go. I'm going to show you the back of the quilt here in a minute so you can see. Do any of you have any questions right now? So I'm reaching this corner and I feel like, see how the hoops will fall off? And know that when you have them and you're first learning, that will seem like, it'll seem as if that you can't quilt if they're sticking out where there's no sewing machine. But that is only true if you're pushing down on them. So I'm not pushing down at all on this. So even though they're sticking out like that, you can quilt. This is an awkward spot as it's the corner. So I'm not liking where I'm at. So I'm just going to spin it around. And the most challenging part of this is this area or this thing is that I'm doing a backwards wave, which has already been a challenge for my brain. And now I've rotated it. So now I'm doing a sideways backwards wave. So you might need to like just sit there and take a minute, before you switch direction in more than one way. And make sure you keep those elbows down, shoulders relaxed as you sew. Backwards wave, sideways. I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. And I do talk to myself like that, reassuring myself that I can do things. And if I say it out loud, my brain actually listens to me. I didn't do bad at all. Double checking that black fabric on the back is still in position. Getting ready for my quarter transition. which is basically just an angle like that. There we go. And now we're on the bottom, or at the top of the back of the bag. And I think I'm going to go back to the other direction on the waves. Oh, and they're so much smaller on the other side. Oh well. It doesn't matter. Elbows down, shoulders relax. Scooting up now. I'll do a big wave. This is the back, the top of the back of the bag. See how I talk to myself about things? So these waves are like upside down because it's the top of the back of the bag. But it doesn't matter because only I was calling it a wave. And now I'm transitioning on this corner. And I'm going to go ahead and take this opportunity to go into the back of the bag now to ensure that it's quilted well. And kind of do the same swirling, wavy design. Scooting. There's my bobbin thread from before. How'd it get there? It seems like it shouldn't be there. So, kind of like a wave. Oopsie. I made that wave a little pointy. I'm doing a wave and coming over. Almost done with this bag. Because I'm doing bigger swoops. Another thing I do to make it easier for me is I say scoot. I'm scooting. Just scoot that bottom frame. Scooting it around. Where's that frame? Okay, we're coming up on the bottom of the front of the bag. I think it's working. This thread is nice. Or is this the bottom? This is the bottom of the front of the bag. This is like really large stippling. And the principles behind this is you don't want to have to stop and tie knots. So we're trying to do a continuous design. This is where the pocket is going to be sitting. So I can do whatever I want here. This is a good opportunity to practice what you're doing. Anywhere where you're going to put something on top of it. I'm really enjoying the variegated look. Especially on this fabric. Swirl around. See, despite all this moving around and starting on the ends and going all the way around and then coming to the middle, there's no puckers. You cannot pucker your fabric if you're not using a foot. With the octi hoops. Without the octi hoops, we could certainly disfigure. This is a wonderful thread, yes. This is Wonder Fills. I have to look at the label. They got all these names for their different threads. I think it's Tootie. it's called Fruity. So it's the Fruity line of cotton. Is this right? Yeah. No, this is different. Oh, this is another one for me to try. I actually did show you already once, but I'll do it again. It's Tutti. It's Tutti. Or Tutti. I was right. I don't know if you can read that. This thread is the thread I'm still sewing with. It's nice. Okay. Now I want to try the Fruity. I didn't know I had all different kinds of thread. I thought they gave me a whole bunch of the same kind of thread in different colors, but what they did was give me one spool of a bunch of different types of threads that are variegated. Oh my. Well, maybe next week we'll play around with another one. They'd like us to carry all of their thread. Okay. Oh, I said I was going to lower the feed dogs. I'll just do that now. So all of that, oops, well, a good thing that's where the pocket is. And the reason I'm going ahead and going beyond the pocket is so that the fabric behaves the same all over the entire bag. This is really, really, really fun. Oh my gosh, you guys, I like it a lot. In case I haven't told you, I'm having fun. I am having so much fun. This is one of the most enjoyable things that I do in life is free motion. And I never thought I'd like free motion quilting this much. I mean, in my younger days, it was so physically jarring. It was so exhausting. And when I was making the octi hoops, I really was making them for free motion embroidery. And it just happened that it was also great for free motion quilting. Just have to think a little bit outside the box, you know. Not aware and not paying attention to stitch length. Your brain, just like when you drive your car and you maintain speed limits, your brain will kind of pick up and keep your hands moving the speed you need it to be for the speed you're running the machine. And if you don't think that that will happen for you, it will if you use them. It won't if you don't. Another nice thing to do is to go in the bathroom, look in the mirror, and look right at yourself and say, I can do this. If I can drive a car, I can do free motion. Sorry, I realize I've been in the front of the camera too much. I'm moving everything now. Should get better. Sorry about that. I got too chillin', too relaxed. That's why you can fall asleep doing free motion quilting with these, because you're resting your body. That little fuzz. It doesn't matter how long I go. It's supposed to be whatever I want it to be. There we go. So are any of you having wine right now? Don't starve yourselves, by the way, just because I'm still sewing. I'm on a different time zone than some of you. Almost done. I laid my elbow on this quilt, and by the way, here's the back. So you can see it's accurate. It's full of batting fuzz. But I was not paying attention to stitch length on all of that. And I will like show you more in a minute when I'm all done. Elbows down, shoulders relax. Make sure you're not hiding people getting in the camera way. Scooting along. We're just scooting along. Scooting, quilting and scooting, quilting. How long is my longest video? I think it's just shy of 6 hours. But I'm not intending to do that today. We're at 6, so we're at 4 hours. I'm always thinking I can get more done in the time I'm allotted. Of course, if I was just sewing a pocket instead of decorating it with yarn first, probably be done. But then my pocket is gonna look so good. I'm just about to call this done quilted. But I don't want to have a knot in this. I don't know if I can get my way out of this. I don't think so. I'm going to end behind. I'm just going to have to. What am I going to do? It's better to end on the outside edge, you guys. I've got myself trapped in here. Of course, this is the back of the quilt. Can I get to the edge? I don't think I've trapped myself. I'm just going to join in where another one is. And that's going to be done. All right. I had so much fun. Did you? Are you still there? I think I'm going to take a sip of this because it gives me some energy, and I'm going to mute while I do. Okay, time to square this off. Oh, gotta put the pocket on. Square it off, put the pocket on first. Which one? Put all these hoops away. And clear my area so I can square it off. All right, are you guys ready to do this? Have any of you used them for free-motion quilting already and had success? This would be a great opportunity for you to talk about it in the chat. For anyone who's nervous, watching and thinking, oh yeah, right, I can do that, sure. The thickest thread that you can use on a sewing machine without having a significant issue. You can use upholstery thread. You just have to use the correct needle, and I wouldn't quilt with upholstery thread. So, I'm trying to think of what weight upholstery thread is. I have some. Let's see, I think it's 30 weight. And you just need to use a big needle. Now, some sewing machines can't use the largest needle. The largest needle being a 20 in size. The blade of the needle is the main part that goes up and down, and And the bigger the needle, the thicker that gets, and it can get too close to the hook of the sewing machine on some machines. So if you ever try a needle that's really large, you should hand turn the hand wheel to make sure the needle doesn't suddenly hit something when it's down there. And if it does, then you know your machine can't use that thick of a needle or big of a needle. So I'm going to sew the pocket on with the purls and piping foot, and we're going to construct the bag with the satin edge foot. And I have to still make the comfort handle or strap. Oh my goodness. Pocket first. This is the top of the bag. This is going to be fun. It's already fun for me. You guys have to do it though, or you're going to miss out on the fun. And basically, I just need to cut around the fabric from the top because that is the actual size of the bag. I want to cut that booklet. But I'm going to do the close-up camera again and kind of just show you, get the light just right, and have you kind of see the stitching on the top. And this is the border that I drew around my pocket, so I knew where to stitch, where to care about how I stitched. And this is an area where you can scribble. This is the back of it. So you can see there, the only thread issues I have is where I have thread that, this is where my knot is. That's that knot where I got stuck and had to end somewhere. Outside of that, there's no knots anywhere. Just a bunch of batting fuzz. So you can see that even though you're not using a foot, even though I didn't spray the batting, even though I didn't safety pin, even though I didn't baste, there's no puckers on the entire area of the back of this. And that is the kind of quality you get with the Octi hoops. I should get out my longer ruler. This is longer than my ruler and my board. Well, unless I fold it. I'm not always fond of doing this. I'm going to line up my black fabric. But when it's this long, sometimes it helps to fold. But I'm going to cut it a little bit wider just to make sure. I slide up and I put my pinky on the outside edge of the ruler to keep it from slipping as I go up. I think I'm accurate with the black fabric lining up, but I'm nervous to trust it. So I'm going to take a little more off. How can I do that? Oh, I can pin through. That's the trick. So if we take a pin, and we can see, so you can see I was off. So I'm going to move it over. I'm still going to go a 1/4 inch out from there. And lining up with this edge here, because the colored fabric is cut, should be cut accurately. We'll see. just trying to get it a little bit more manageable in size. Okay, so if I pin that corner, okay, so now I know that's lined up. Would have taken me less time just to clear my board, I think. There we go. It may not be straight. This is why you want to have your mat with lines on it when you're doing this kind of thing. So that you can know that you're square. Look at the way this woman cuts her fabric. How weird. Oh, just clear this away. I just feel like I keep moving everything back and forth. Because I do. And get my ironing surface out of the way. I just have to move it back again. Now I have enough area to cut. And if I had my board, and I do have it, better representation of the caterpillar. It's just I have my art mat on, which doesn't have the lines. Now I have my quilting mat on, which does have the lines. And now I can know if I'm square, and I have no idea where this thing came from. Some sticky thing. What was it on the bottom of? It's on the bottom of something. Okie dokie, now we know we're straight on the board. This is when I wish you guys could talk and I could hear you. You're welcome, Angela. And welcome. I love the questions. Anybody else have any questions? Just in a limited area. Final part. Can't make the bag too short because we've got a pocket to go on there. Easier just to do this without the pocket on there. Gotta wait. I want to make it. I want it to be done. I'm getting really hungry. 7:19. No, it's not. 6:19. Didn't mean to scare anyone if I did. What do you mean it's that late? Amy, did you eat? You have to wait. Don't eat dinner until I do. I'm just kidding. Because Amy lives in Arizona, so we're on the same time zone. Oh, I don't have to be. It's a bag. It's a dog bag. Now, I should be able to fold it over. I don't know about you, but I've folded my fabric and cut before, and it doesn't end up always straight. So it's always my last option. I could leave it just folded and have that be the bottom of the bag. Why not? You know, why not? This is your chance to choose. Which side do you like better for the front? This is a big bag. But remember, we're putting water bottles in here, and this fabric does not stretch. The blue jean fabric that I made the original bag out of stretched. So I really like that. Do I like it as much over here? I kind of like the other side better because it's light over here and it kind of looks like the sun would be causing that, and the sky look. This is just a dog walking bag. I like that for its positioning. So now let's see. 2 inches. We can take it down. Oh. Looking good. Not bad for eyeballing. And then this, okay, so it's all perfect. We like perfect, don't we? Pinning into that. I don't use pins a lot, but today I sure am. Just to make sure that doesn't move, since there's no fusing on the other side. And it's all firm, so this is not going to pucker. And for those of you who didn't know before, this is a pocket with a key holder. So if you're just coming into the video now, there's a lot more to learn. And this stitching that I did around this is yarn. Lots and lots and lots of education in this video. So this is the pocket. So we don't want to make a mess. We don't want to glue to the point where we're just gluing, even though it's wash away. So I'm going to glue right along the edge. And this is our liquid-based basting glue. So it's really just water-soluble stabilizer in a bottle. And I left the lid off too long, so it closed itself. Kind of seals itself like a banana. I'm trying to get, I know I pushed a large chunk in there. Oh well. So what I'm going to do is keep it close to the edge. If you ever clog yours, this is how I unclog it. Go like this, and I take my hands together and push really hard until I get a good amount that comes out. And just don't be like me. Put your lid on when you're done using it. I got bad habits. So just some dots along the very edge. See, if you leave it standing, it won't clog up. And that's pinning. We don't want to do that to this top edge. And because we finished the edge of the entire pocket before we put it on, we don't have to stitch the top edge. So I'm going to do the bottom. And if I don't get all of it, it's fine. It'll still work. Notice how I slide my finger across it before I apply it. And it's a very, very gentle touch. I'm really liking this bag. Do you like the bag, you guys? I know, Chase. Is it getting dark? I don't know. It's bright in here. We have all the windows closed off so that we get consistent lighting in here. All right, so I'm going to stitch this first because we have to open the bag to do it. And I'm going to use the same foot I used to put the trim on the edge. Time to hydrate, you guys. Drink some water. This is my machine snap-on adapter. Putting it back on because when I free motion, I don't use one. Always use a screwdriver to secure it back on. This is my machine's screwdriver, which is this disc. I'm going to go ahead and continue. No, I'm not. I'm going to use polyester. It's stronger than cotton. So I'm taking this thread off that I used to do the quilting. And I was already sewing. Oopsie. I was already sewing with lavender, so I'm going to go ahead and... Or I used peach. So I'm going to use... If I use peach, I can do two things with this. I can try to get the stitching to go right where that straight stitch is, or I can bring the stitch out and do another stitch altogether. And so I'm going to use lavender because it'll be a contrasting color and it'll be obvious that there's two different stitches. Should I do that? I don't know, because we're not going to go across the top. We're only going to be going on the sides. So I think I'm going to try to stitch right in between the cording and that peach straight stitch. Really, the closed caption, did dogs barking? Did it say dogs barking, or did it go roof woof? And I have that same thread I used in the bobbin for quilting, so I'm just going to leave that on because nobody's going to really look inside of your bag. This is the foot that I used to sew the cording onto the edge of the pocket. It's our pearls and piping foot. It is unique to all other beading feet out there. I don't need this pin anymore. I tend to cut myself on straight pins, so I try not to use them too much. Maybe if I used them more, I wouldn't do that so much. It's almost a bag, you guys. I still have to make the straps. Don't let me forget. So what this does, this little washer on the foot, it changes the position of the trim that you're sewing beneath the needle. That's what its job is. So when I sewed it on the edge, I needed to move it over. I'm going to put it on the other side, I think, for the next thing. We have adapters that come with the feet that make them fit all machines. I just sounded like I was Italian. Make them fit like all machines. On your sewing machine, you have different straight stitches. Some of them are heavier than others. And some are more decorative, and this is a decorative stitch. It's a decorative straight stitch. I still have the ability to move my needle, so I'm going to position it next to it, but I want it to show on the black. Oh, I got the feed dogs down. So now I'm going to go back again, and this is kind of tying a knot, trying to keep it in one spot. I might have to lengthen this. Can I lengthen this one? I can. So I'm going to 4. Oh, it's just kind of sitting there. So this is a really heavy straight stitch. So this pocket's not going anywhere. My cell phone's not getting ripped off this bag. Isn't that beautiful? The combination of the two. Now I could have just used a regular straight stitch and it still would have looked cool, but now it looks deliberate. I'm going to show you how my hands are positioned. I cradle the fabric. I don't put my hands down like this, especially on a stitch that moves in a forward and reverse motion. You want to make sure that you don't hinder the feeding of that by pushing down on the fabric. So I'm lifting it up a little bit. Just, I don't even really need to do this. That's right. I can just let go. I forgot. It's my pearls and piping foot. So I can just kind of sit back and relax. Oh, put the lid back on the glue. That would be a good idea. All right, and stop. Oh, if you want to see it close. Bring the needle down. I really don't need to, but I'm going to. Lift and turn. Went too far back. There we go. This batting is everywhere and floating in the air. I love the batting, but it's airborne. So this is me, once again, not holding on. My hands are back here, and it steers for me. Sew down, and now I'm going to back up a little bit so that it is secure. This machine has a knot stitch. See how pretty that is in conjunction with the other one? All right. I'm getting so hungry. What am I going to do on the top? Oh, I didn't think that through. Did anybody else know I didn't think that through? How am I going to secure the top of this? Binding. Definitely won't be ending the video now if I do binding. So what do you think I can do? Any ideas? we don't want it to look bad on either side. So if we did exactly what we did here, it would match, and it will also do the same thing. It will bind the top, and we can do that after the fact. So we're going to sew this, bring these fabrics together, and we can sew up the two side seams with a straight stitch. But if we do right sides together, then we'll have exposed seams. I was going to do French seams, and French seams are done where you sew wrong sides together first. And if I sew with this foot, it's a really good foot for sewing thick fabrics, except for I want to know that my stitch is really close to the edge of that fabric. So I'm going to use the satin edge foot for this. And the satin edge foot has this little wire that you can adjust its position to different positions when you're sewing. So I'm going to be able to do a French seam without having to grade the fabric after I sew my first seam. What do you think, guys? Did I do a good job? Is it cool? You want to wear it? Straight stitch. So this is smaller than a 1/4 inch. I want to go a little bit smaller. And I could move my needle, or I could just move the guide. So the guide allows me to change the position that my needle will stitch along the edge of the material. Every time I say material, I know some people don't like hearing the word material for fabric. So a few stitches forward and back. To speed it up, you could go longer on your stitch length. Come on, foot control. Don't go away from me now. So when I'm sewing this, I have my hand out here, kind of pushing toward the foot, always to the side of the foot, not in front of and behind the foot. And that way I'm relying on the guide to feed the fabric for me instead of having to steer as I sew. This foot I designed for a woman who was born blind, which is why it works so well for sewing straight. So we're just pushing toward the foot, and it pushes back the other way. So you can go fast, zoom, zoom. So it's an 1/8 inch seam allowance with batting all the way down. And here's the other side, so you can see I caught it on both sides. So the whole point of people having you sew a 3/8 inch and then cutting off some is because it's hard for people to sew so close to the fabric, especially when it's thick fabric like this. So this foot helps you with that. Did I move that? Would I have moved that for any reason? I don't remember. I guess it's the same. I'm getting hungry, starting to see double. Not really, don't worry. On these live feeds, I don't go back and correct the closed caption. It's just too many hours and I don't have enough patience. But people say that the wording that I use does come off really kind of funny sometimes. So it's probably gets worse as the day goes on or as the hours progress on a live feed for me. Okay, now we're going to turn it. Take and turn the bag wrong side out. I got a new dog walking bag. I'm so excited. I definitely use my presser because it gives you strength on your thumb to get that corner pushed out. Guys, getting ready for me to say goodbye? Oh, I didn't do the strap. No. It's one of the best parts of my bag was not having my shoulder get hurt. Oh, I got a really neat way of turning my fabric for it too, so. So I'm just making sure that point's good because we're going to stitch it. Well, I am going to do a clutch. I'm surprised Willamay didn't come in. Maybe she doesn't know how to get here. All right. I want to make sure my seam is lined up evenly as possible on this top, bottom. I don't know what it is anymore. And I should use the iron, so I'm going to. So we're going to do what? We're going to move everything again. I was trying to remember what it thinks I'm saying when I say satin edge. Somebody said it was something really funny once. I can't remember what it was. That closed caption is comedy for sure. So if you take your ruler and you slide your ruler into your bag, and your iron is already hot, so you kind of push your ruler into your bag and help it form that point. And I can feel along the edge of the ruler that my stitch is on the edge of that. Come on, get hot. I know I didn't give you any time to get hot, but get hot anyway. So just kind of bang it in there so that ruler gets in that corner. Whoops, I took it out before I ironed it. Oh my. Hi Chase, I know. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's almost 7. Oh boy. Unforgivable mother. Puppy mother. So now I'm going to do a straight stitch, and I'm going to make sure it's wider than the seam allowance that I did before, which it was an 1/8 inch. Now I'm going to make it a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And just do a straight stitch up the sides. And then I'm going to go feed my dogs because it's cruel not to. Trying to think. I don't have any snack food to get a little snack really quick. So now I've adjusted the guide 1/4 inch over, and you can see that the foot is tipping. So when my fabric is tipping like that, you can use batting, and preferably with fabric on it so it doesn't fluff out get all over you, to level the foot off and increase your stitch length. This doesn't need to be as sturdy as the other one, but it's nice if it is. So go backward first. Where are my needles? And then the back is tipping, so I'm going to take needle pack and put it behind there. Now it levels the foot completely level and it thinks it's flat. Am I still on that stitch? So I'm using a 4 stitch length on this right here at the corner, but I'm going to now shorten it to 3. And it just pops those right out the back side. This isn't going to work without fabric. Oh, there we go. So see how it just kind of, this is supporting the foot and making it level. And once again, I'm pushing on the side to keep it sewing straight, so I don't have to be the one to keep it straight. Oh, I put my head in the way. Sorry, guys. Then when you turn it right side out, the seam is beautiful and the inside of your bag is also equally beautiful. Well, I guess you found out that it didn't melt my ruler, Amy. You don't want to stay on there too long, but there's really no evidence that I do that. Ruler looks good. Looks good all the way down. All right. Oh, getting my face in there again. If you need to, you lift the foot and hop a little bit. I'm going to tuck that keychain into the pocket inside. And I want the handle to be on the sides. Now, on my original bag, it was the actual side of the blue jean. You can see I just chopped it because I just wanted a bag really quick, and I always had the intention of making a pattern, but never got around to it. So it's a crossbody bag. It's generally we have, you know, the handles are pretty much equal on both sides. I'm going to go around and finish that. And then it's just getting the handle in there. We want the handle to be strong. Time to turn it right side out. We got a bag. Now we just need a handle. So Amy, partly why it didn't melt is because this is batting, so it's really thick fabric, and I didn't sit in one spot too long. So you can see the nice corner that I have, and it's outside of the threads that are getting stuck everywhere. Nice and clean look on the outside and on the inside. And now we have our little keychain, and we have a dual pocket. And I did have the pretty element in the wrong spot. So if you watch back, and I'm deciding how to position the pocket, I did it upside down. So the pretty side should be on the other side. So if you're following along and you're going to make it, do the opposite of what I did on that particular step. All right, so I'm going to put it on the top and go and feed my dogs. Wish I could leave you with some music or something. My son said, no music yet. Thank you for being patient with me. The dogs are grateful. And while I walked away, I realized I didn't do anything for the doggy bags. And I was going to do something for that. Like I have a hole in my other bag where the bags come out of a safety pin where I cut a hole with a pair of scissors. It was not the most professional alteration. This is the little bowl that I created from another type of water bottle that's more flexible. Works great, even for Chase. I try to give him water out of the bottle, but he chokes. So I wanted to make something where you would insert it in there and it kept it in one spot so they didn't get tangled. And I was going to use rat tail cording for that. But at this point, we're at 5 hours, you guys. Did you know that? Are we? If I start at 2 and it's 7. So rat tail cording going through something is no big deal, but getting it to stay and having a way for that batting. And having a way for you to reinsert it each time. Is the tricky part. So I'm trying to think it through. How can we do that? And not take another 2 hours because I still have to make the strap. You know what? I'll figure out what I'm going to do for that and I'll put it in the school. I hate to leave you guys hanging on the handle though, so I'm not going to. Come on. Yes, Angela, I'm not going to let you down. 5 hours. Ay. Oh well. I ate a little bit of bread. So my body thinks it ate something. I was like, what dropped? It was the doggy bags. Can't remember which one of you said black and colored fabric on that strap for the keys. But now I feel like I should do that because my eye's twitching. We don't need a really wide strap, but we need to. I'm just going to do the light fabric. Ugh. It wouldn't be me if I didn't do what I said I was going to do. So. There we go. All right, your turn to talk. So if we have black on the outside and colored on the inside, or colored on the outside and black down the middle. I'm going to do the black stripe on top of the colored fabric. Come on. This is what happens when you tear your fabric. Boy, am I quiet when I'm tired. I feel like someone else is here, not me. What should I talk about? So I'm cutting the smaller one. The one that lays on top. I'm going to cut it 2.5. Two and a half. Jelly roll size. Could even go with a contrasting color instead of using the same as the overall bag. Sew a dog walking bag. How long does it take? It takes how many hours last week? It takes however long it takes. Because I was designing it as we went. We don't want it to be really wide. So this is folded over. "22 and a half inches, so it's 45 inches. Ay, simple math is a struggle. And then the other one I cut 3 inches wide, so one is a 1/2 inch narrower than the other. I'm sorry, puppies. They're looking at me all sad, like she's back in there. She doesn't usually do that. There's more than one way of doing things, so. But a top stitch is always very attractive. So I will do that. If I'm so tired, I should stop, but when would I finish this? This is my own doing, you guys. Okay, so for the top fabric, I'm folding it in on itself, and then I'll be able to stitch a top stitch along the edge on top of the other fabric that will be below it. I was thinking about doing the same thing. I think that's too wide. If I do this as a tube, I'm going to only do one because that will speed this up, and because I just can't problem solve it. And we're going to use the elastic. And Like, this elastic is so pretty. I don't even want to hide it. Maybe we'll... It's so pretty, isn't it? It's too pretty to hide it, huh? And it's really soft too. It's Babyville elastic. You can find it at Joann's and probably others. So on my other one, I didn't have the elastic going the entire handle. I had it only for part of it, but it was because I used blue jeans. It isn't free, the elastic, so you don't really need it all the way, but I think it'll be nicer. And if I use that as the enhancement, nope, I have an idea. All right, I made a decision. I've made an executive decision since I'm the only one here. I'm going to do a 2-section. So the top part of the bag is going to be the pretty color, and then the bottom where it joins to the bag, so about 1 foot up, so 12 inches. Double check. Yeah, so 12-inch on both sides will be black. And this actually makes it work. So you can't hear me thinking, but I was trying to figure out how to get the handle to behave the way the elastic behaved. Oops, it was open. This is called fold over elastic. You can use another type of elastic if you want. You could use a 1-inch wide elastic. Where's my itty bitty rulers? Okay, so now they need to be the same size because and how long is that? So if I need to take 2 feet off of this, if this was right to begin with. Quick measurement to just take it and fold it in half. I'm going to take a little bit less than that. Did I cut anything straight? So this is the top of the handle itself, and then it's going to be black on the bottom on both sides. And this is the area that's going to stretch. Okay, so this was cut to 3. We want it back, want it to match 2.5 on the black. There's a quick way to measure. You don't have to. There we go. That's not gonna be right. I don't like this ruler for figuring out what my measurements are. There we go. But I like the length of it. It's just old. This is so old. I don't even know how old this ruler is. It's ancient. Okay. We're going to sew these two together. With the elastic inside. It's right side or wrong side? So you getting the idea here? We're going to sew the elastic across where these two join together. And I'm going to go across more than once on that, centering it, because afterward we're going to cover that elastic. You won't be able to see it in there. There we go. It's easier to sew with the right side facing up. And right where that joins, I'm going back over that a couple times. So this is a 1/4 inch distance away. And what I'm trying to do here is secure the elastic where these two colors join together. And I'm going to do that again on the other side, except for instead of it being the actual length, instead of the elastic being the entire length of this, we're going to take away 2 inches of that elastic in length. So the top part of the strap will have a slight gather, and then when you have the water bottles inside of it, it will weigh it down and it straightens it out. And then as the bottles get empty as you drink them, it rises back up again. And then if you are walking, this is like a shock absorber for your shoulder, so you don't injure your neck. You will be able to walk without shoulder pain. Very, very nice. I've been really anxious to show you guys this. This is the way that I intended to do it, was a 2-part handle. So everything works out just the way it's supposed to. So I need to cut off 2 inches. I'm not going to guess. No guessing at this hour. We have lines on the tablet. 1, 2. So this is the 2-inch mark. Make sure to cut that straight. So it's going to be like sagging, or appear to be. Make sure the elastic isn't twisted. And that's the wrong side of the black. Here we go. Okay, that's correct. Black on the bottom. Okay, so a few stitches. I don't think I centered it. I gotta take that. I didn't center it. That's a rookie mistake. Hi, Laree. Welcome. This is the never-ending video on how to make a dog walking bag. So the nice thing about the fold-over elastic is it has a center line. And you just go like this and fold it. And press with your presser. Where is my presser? There we go. Now I have center on that fabric and I can center the elastic over that. Really wasn't that bad. It's a colorful project this time. So you see we have this sagginess situation going on. I take and sew right sides together. I'm trying to think this through. I'm going to go ahead and it's rare that you don't need the end of your handle folded under. So we'll do a top stitch. It's a colorful project. I don't know if I needed to do that right then. My brain said do it, so I did it. I'm going to do that on the other side. It's about a 1/4 inch fold under, by the way. I'm so excited. I'm going to have this for tomorrow. So don't feel like you're keeping me. I don't want anyone feeling sympathy. Yeah, I'm going to sew that up. This is the first time I've sewn it. I've always been about to sew it in planning the pattern, but never actually implemented it. So you're seeing me test this concept out. And I think do I want to press this seam open here? No. Okay, so we're going to fold over. But I want it to go, because the black, I want the elastic to fold to the pretty fabric, okay? Or the seam allowance to fold over to the pretty fabric instead of going that way. And when you're sewing it together, it's going to look like this. I gotta sneeze. Hold on, you guys. Woo-wee. Well, that was not a quiet one. Definitely got allergy season up here in the mountains of Arizona. 1/4 inch seam allowance. Once again, whoa! Ooh, I moved. I pulled it. I pulled on the fabric. I officially bent the needle. Did I? Or yeah. Did I hear any damage? No. I think I'm okay. I scared the machine, and then it scared me. Watch the front of the foot. I was pulling too hard against this, and I don't need to pull. It's not elastic. That was my brain thinking I was sewing elastic for a second. Zoom, zoom. Do you guys ever get tired of me saying zoom, zoom? I do it a lot, don't I? I was going to show you my cool way of turning it, but I think I've gone too far. I usually push it in and pull it through as I go. Oh well, I'll show you the alternatives. It might be a little tricky with the elastic in there anyway. Know that there'll be lots more bags and lots more handles and a lot more tubes, and I will at some point show you another way of turning your tubes. Make sure you don't get that elastic caught in there. This is so quiet. I'm sorry I'm being so quiet, you guys. Thank you, Amy, for not giving me sympathy. Fine, no sympathy for you. How are you doing with your Are you having any allergies, Amy? I have the most beautiful tree outside. I think it's a rose hips bush, and I had some young man help me trim my bush, and he turned it into like a tree. So I was like, all right, we'll just go ahead and let it be a tree. So now it's a tree, and it is super heavy with really, really pretty flowers. I'll share it in the scroll so you guys can see. It's so heavy with flowers that it's drooping, and it's been trimmed this way for a long time. This is the first time it's yielded this many flowers. It is just springtime up here. See how nothing ever shifts and everything lines up perfect? And that has a lot to do with the satin edge foot, helping me not have to pull or push the fabric through. And using spray starch before cutting things. I don't know if I had my head in the way the whole time or not. So it's interesting, isn't it? And I'm not sure that this is going to work. Something in my head is telling me this is not going to work. We'll see. I'll just chat with you while I get this done. See if I have a big enough opening for a tube turner. And I have several of them. This is a product called a tube turner. This was a friend of mine. Right when I invented the creative feed, he invented this. Chuck, I think, was from the Fast Turn company. And I'm sure he's retired by now. And this is the short one. So I need to find my long ones. So if you want to get one, it's called the Fast Turn, Turn, tube turner. And I have more sizes. There's another way though. Are any of you near the cherry blossoms? Where are the rest of my tube turners? I don't want to make you wait. I'll do it another way. I'll do it the old-fashioned way. What the heck? With a safety pin. I'm definitely more affected this year than I normally am. Safety pin the end and stick it through. I know there's some newbies that don't have sewing experience that would benefit from me showing this close up. So you pin to one side and then safety pin, and then take that and go in, and then you just bunch it up. And as you go, you kind of release it. Now, I can do this while I'm at the sewing machine, which is what I intended to do. But once I had the elastic in there, my brain was focused on the elastic and not on the tube turning. So it's kind of a painful thing to watch someone do because it just seems to be a struggle. Come on. Come on. And this is too short to do this length of a tube, but it might help me get it started. Turning in here. Come on, we just need one piece to go. Then the rest will start. Another way I do it is I put ribbon, I pin ribbon on one end and pull. All right, there we go. What's kind of nice, Lorie's coming in as the second shift for this video. There we go. It'll be interesting to see if this elastic will go through. If it will do what I envisioned. Something seems wrong. I know what it is. The elastic hasn't come into the tunnel yet. Come on. Please work, because I'm ready to end the video. Looks like there's just two of you in here right now. It's late on the East Coast, isn't it? 9:30. So let's see if I can get the elastic to come on in. It's adds a lot of thickness to it. Come on. Please work. Just get past that spot. think it's going to work. It's just getting it started. I might have been better off putting the seam allowance the other way. Another solution would be to make your strap a little bigger than what I did. Come on, get in there, please. All right, where's those tweezers? There we go. I love these tweezers. So I'm trying not to grab the elastic, just that outer fabric of these. It's worth it, you guys. The comfort of this is just, it's amazing. It's worth the effort. And I tried using smaller elastic and it's just not the same. Come on. I've never said come on so many times in one video. Loree doesn't sleep. Loree and Sandy, they stay up, like, they're on Facebook sometimes when it's late for me. All right, the reward is about to come out. You get the idea? Excuse me. Keep sneezing. There's something about the time of day. Come on, get in there. Behave. Nothing like live. You don't have to watch the whole struggle. We can just hang out while I figure out how to get this to go through. I'm a trooper. I've been called that before. Thing is, if I don't do it now, there's some of that black fuzzy fabric on my tongue. I just don't want to leave anyone that goes this far in the video without the finish. Be cruel. Fuzzy fabric. There's either batting flying in the air or fuzz from my thread. Come on. This is the end of it. You can do this. Go on. Get in there. Uh-oh. I think I kept it muted longer than I thought. I can see my mic working now. You didn't miss much. Mostly I said, come on, get in there. Oh my goodness. Why is that one so hard? This last little bit. Oh, I wish I had the tube turner. Come on, elastic. This reminds me of untangling the blinds strings on a set of window blinds. I know I didn't close up that seam, but I probably should have flipped it the other way. Get rid of those. This has got to go in. Holy moly. This is what I get for going too creative with the bag. Putting that couching around the pocket. Oh, get in there already. Come on, you guys. Wish it and make it so. We need music. Something besides me whining. Get in there. Ugh. Why isn't it going past that spot? This is ridiculous. The very last part. On a regular video, I'd be editing all this out and go, ta-da! But you get to see that I suffer through some things sometimes. Come on, get in there. So close. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. I also have something sparkly on my face. Oh, it's the black thread. What are you busted for, Larry? Patience is a virtue. So I'm like, come on, mommy. Be my angel and help this happen. So if you're making the bag, I think press the seam open instead of having it fold over to one side. Or at very least, have it go to the black instead of the light. It's really just like the most insane thing. Ah! Tina, are you laughing at me? What is sparkly on my face? I feel like I'm melting. I'm melting. I love hanging out with you guys, but I don't like going this long. There it is again. What is that thing? Batting. Thank God for mute. I think it's going to work, you guys. I mean, I know it's going to work because everything scientifically about this is correct. It's just... Here we go. An hour later. This is why it pays to get a tube turner. Okay, now to get this to behave well without it getting twisted inside. Well, we've already secured it to both ends. Thank you, Mama. Where is that piece of batting? Okay. The idea is to stitch an edge stitch on both sides of this to secure the elastic inside of there. It might have actually made it turn easier. I don't know. I'll have to do a few more to tell you. Remember, this is the first comfort strap in that I've actually sewn, but it's kind of cool looking, don't you think? Uh-oh. Okay. Thank you, safety pin. Thank you, old school behavior or old school techniques. Now I'm going to top stitch along, I feel like I'm slightly under the width of the elastic. So what I'm trying to do is flatten the elastic inside of there. Here we go. I think, I don't know, should I use the sequins ribbon? I think so, because it's elastic. Hallelujah. All right. So the idea is to sew down the center because, no, it would look better on the black if I don't. So if I line up the edge of the foot, I don't know if the satin edge can do this. Well, we're going to have to try the satin edge because I want the stitch to look the same going all the way up the handle. So I want an 1/8 inch seam allowance or stitching distance. Come over a little more. Notice my hand positioning is always to the side of the foot, pushing toward the foot, not moving my fingers as I go. Yeah, I think a flat seam would have been better. As I'm approaching this, it's going to start tipping, and this is when we get our package of needles, which have disappeared. They're probably on the table behind me. No, but there's my glasses. Oh, I got lots of needle packages. To get the foot to go over that bump, we put a pack of needles underneath there and make sure the needle pack isn't in the needle area. And that levels it off so you can get over the bump. And that allows you to do that without having to change stitch length, so it'll look nice in that transition. Now I'm sewing through the elastic. This will be interesting because I want to stretch this out so that it's flat. Remember, I have the elastic 2 inches shorter than the fabric. I'm going to lengthen the stitch. Take it to 5. And because the fabric's going to gather up, even though I'm using a 5mm stitch length, it's going to look like a 2.5. And it only looks like a 5 when it's stretched all the way out. So this is where I went a little narrower than the elastic width right here. And that, so just be more mindful. Make sure you cut your fabric right. There's a little fruit fly flying around in front of my face. Sorry, guys. Oh, quit it. Leave me alone. Okay, once again. I'm having help this one because this is not the sequins and ribbon foot. This is the satin edge foot, which is not intended to be used for elastic, but now you can see I got away with it. Make sure this is flat. And I should have pressed this strap out with an iron. Sometimes you just got to slow down to make a transition nice. Now I'm going to go back down to the 2.5 length. Surprised my earbud has lasted this long. All this just to walk the dogs. So you can see how it has just a little bit of give in there. Come over. See how my hand's in one position, relying on the foot to do the guiding for me. One more time or 2 more needle package assistance to get over the bump. Oh, Larry was right on there. I just noticed. Use the presser to iron. Yep, baby. Good stuff. And that was one of my hand painted ones. Okay, so now I'm back on the stretchy part and I need that 5mm stitch length. And because I'm not using the sequin ribbon foot, I'm assisting from behind. Also trying to keep it flat. I'm not pulling the fabric through, just remember that. I'm just trying to get the fabric to lay flat. Get over the bump. One more bump. Shorten the stitch length back down again. Alrighty. I hope my hand was in a good position. I get going and then I forget to look. So there we go. We have a stretchy, nice contrasting. And we're going to sew it in. Yeah, if I do that. Then bring it back up. Or I could do this. That would be a nice finish. So that means we're going to use the pearls and piping foot. I know that doesn't make any sense if you're just jumping in now. But what I'm going to do to finish the top of the bag, instead of binding, I'm going to use cording as a binding. And because I'm actually on the top of the bag, I'm going to make sure that I use a color, matching color in the needle and bobbin, because I want it to look good on both sides. Ooh, I know what I'm going to use. If I can reach it from here. Sorry about the chair. That's not a very pretty thing to look at. I was like, what is that? This color is amazing. And know that my thread dispenser can handle these big cones of thread. It's a pretty big size one compared to what I've been using. I think it's appropriate for the top of the bag to be brighter and cheerier because it means I'm almost done. I could also have used like a neon green, neon orange to accentuate all the bright colors. Threading the machine. It's like I was going to ask one of you, tell me what time it is, but I can look. I was expecting you to say it out loud. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is right up there with my longest video. Longest video for sure. Putting on the pearls and piping foot again. If you're just joining us, it fits all machines. Shouldn't have any trouble with our sequins and ribbon foot putting the elastic through. Once again, I'm using the shell tuck stitch with a 5 stitch length. I think in this case I am going to start on where the join is, where the handle will be positioned. Get over there. So because this cord is the thickness of the batting and the 2 layers, it actually becomes a binding. See how it takes up the space of those layers on the edge. And you can do a variety of different looking stitches for that. I know that didn't make any sense, but I'm past 6 hours at this point. So. I could have used a binding as well on the top here, a regular binding. And this is a little thick here because we're going through the French seam, so taking it slow. I don't know how well the close is going to show on this because the bag's getting in the way. And this is a shell tuck stitch, in case you're wondering. It kind of looks like a blanket stitch, but it doesn't go backward and forward like the blanket stitch. And it's positioned the opposite direction. You could use a blanket stitch if you want, though. You'd have to either sew the bag from the opposite direction, or if you have the ability to mirror your stitches on your machine, you could mirror your stitches to create the direction that you need, which is to sew on the fabric in one stitch and then over in the other. I'm coming up on this French seam again, so I'm going to walk it. Come on. And now I'm coming up where I started, and I'm going to overlap it a little bit. And I'm actually going around twice. Because this is a bag that's going to go through a lot of work or experience a lot of strain. So it'll have double the cording going around. Double the stitches, be less likely to start falling apart. I also could have used the free arm this time. It would have been better. Because then I could have sewn from the top and seen my stitch better. And I've used this for binding in several videos. It's quick, it's pretty. You could add another row of something else. You could put pearls on the edge, but I wouldn't recommend that for a dog bag. Or anywhere where your hand's going to be going a lot. And next is to sew the handle in. I'm going to use a straight stitch on the left needle position to tie a knot. Hop over, tie a knot. Cut that off. So see how that is finished on both sides? What a bag, huh? You know what I want to see? I want to see the bottles in it. I want to see the dogs in front of me and the leash and the excitement on their faces when we take off for a walk tomorrow with this. And this will become the new bag that they recognize as the dog walking bag. I'm using the pearls and piping foot to sew this because it'll feel the cording and it'll help me guide. Back. This is a lot of thickness. Good 16 needle in here. Hop it once. Come back. Going slow, always go slower backwards. Machines are more likely to break a needle going backward than going forward. Then I'm going to go like that so it's really strong. Oh my goodness. It's 8 o'clock. 6 hours and 6 minutes. I want to do something cute there. I'm getting to where I'm tired. So I don't want to, just because I'm tired, not do a good job. Which is I'm tempted to do. I'm actually thinking it'd be kind of neat to have, who knows, I might benefit from that little loop there. It could be where I pull the doggy bags out of. There I'm going to leave it. So there we go. Come on, you can do it. Going back slow. Come back again. I hope you can see. And then the next handle is done the same way. I feel like you don't need to see it, but at this point, I may as well complete the bag. And any questions that you have, be prepared to ask them in a second, because I am just about done. And I made sure that my strap wasn't twisted. Pretty sure I did. Now I'm nervous I didn't, so I'm not gonna take a chance. Not at this point. So you want to make sure that your strap's not twisted. Looking good? If you guys have to call me tomorrow, don't call me early. I mean, you can't wake me up, but don't expect me to be in early. Oh my goodness, I needed to check again. Here we go. I'm still smiling. Are you guys having a good time? I'm glad you love it, Lurie. But by the time you're done doing all this, you guys should be experts at my products. Get in there. It's saying go to bed and you can always do this tomorrow. All right, last strap. Come on. I would glue this normally. Glue that strap in place so you don't have to worry about it shifting. It allows you to walk as well, the sewing machine. And I keep losing my pack of needles, which is what I should be doing to level off the foot. There we go. I did it wrong. Did I do it wrong? I did it wrong. That's it. I'm not going to do any more. I got to undo that and do it right. You guys just need to follow the first handle, because the first handle I did right. So there you go. Crossbody dog walking bag with embroidery, quilting, applique, couching. Got your key ring holder, comfort strap so that the water bottles don't hurt your shoulder. And go ahead and do the final check here. 1 bottle in, 2 bottles in. There we go. You guys like it? And it's not too low on the hip to where your leg is banging into it when you're walking. And with that, I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thanks for joining me for another Thursday for the Fabrically Speaking live show. And if you've yet to join my school, createwithclairerowley.com. It's create.clairerowley.com. This also has a cell phone pocket, by the way, and another pocket to put chapstick and snacks. And oh, we didn't add this. This is the poopy bag. Gotta do the poopy bag. You know what? I am gonna attach this poopy bag. This actually might not be a bad idea. Using the loop. Because then I can take it off and throw it in the washing machine when the bag doesn't need to be washed. So that loop ended up benefiting me for this, if I can get it through there. I didn't want to put my teeth on it because it's a poopy bag, except for it hasn't been used yet, so it's clean. There we go. Just take that loop of elastic through and pull that, and now you have your treats or poopy, and you can make two of these. This is stretch material. All right, you guys. I love you guys so much. Thank you for sticking it out with me. Thank you for enduring the endless turning of the tube. I am starving. I'm going to eat something light. And I'm not even going to look for questions because I'm tired and I love you. And I'll see you in the school, and I'll see you next Thursday. Bye, everybody.